Newswire, I'm Leah Ubaga. The Ministry of Health has dispatched teams of investigators following an outbreak of an unknown disease in Mugirango South, Kisii County, to probe and collect samples of affected patients. Public Health PS Mary Muthoni has now appealed to the public to be patient as the government does everything it can to identify the source of the outbreak that has affected over 200 residents of the area with symptoms of vomiting and diarrhea.
We comprehensively do surveillance around there and know what is the cause of the disease. And we have already sent our officers on the ground. They are working very closely with the Kisii County government to establish from the samples that they are collecting to the extent at which we need to move, and also the kind of medication that probably that needs to be done, and also what else needs to be done moving forward. I think that we have already sent our teams on the ground to get the samples so that we can establish what kind of a disease it is. So I want to ask the country to remain calm. Things are under control, and we will keep you informed as we move forward.
Muthoni's statement comes after panic gripped 3 villages in Mugirango South following an outbreak of an unknown disease, with an unknown number of residents having been rushed to Tabaka Mission Hospital, Nyatike Hospital Level 2, Prina Hospital and Royal Hospital in Rongo, among other health facilities. Detectives are examining mobile phones, several SIM cards and transactions involving money transfers following the mysterious murder of British national Campbell Scott. 2 suspects, Alex Mutua and Albunas Mutinda, will remain in custody for another 21 days after Magistrate Lucas Onyina issued the order when they appeared in court yesterday. The prosecution says preliminary investigations have shown that the 2 suspects attempted to withdraw money from the late Scott's phone while in Nairobi, Voi and Mombasa. The court was also informed that Scott was taken to suspect Mutua's house in Pipeline, Nairobi, where it's believed he was tortured to death before his body was packed in a sack and dumped in a bush in Makueni County.
I have also considered the submissions made by the prosecution counsel and the response by the first respondent. From the contents of the supporting affidavit and the submissions made, the application meets the requirements of Section 36A of the Criminal Procedure Code. The first respondent and the second respondent to be held in police custody at Capitol Hill Police Station and Kilimani Police Station, respectively.
A third suspect, who is believed to be the main suspect in the murder of the billionaire businessman, was arrested yesterday in Mombasa. The case will be mentioned on the 21st of this month. 4 former senior Nyamira County officials will today be arraigned in court for alleged abuse of office in the recruitment and appointment of 56 staff members in the Department of Gender, Youth, Culture and Social Services. The suspects arrested by EACC are currently being held at Kisii Central Police Station. EACC says the officials allegedly orchestrated the irregular hiring of 56 officers in a process marred by influence peddling, corruption, nepotism and clanism. Investigations revealed that some of the positions filled were neither sanctioned by the county cabinet nor accounted for in the budget for the 2016-2017 financial year. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
It's critical that people pay taxes, but then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
With politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we may find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Chilled Spice. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
With politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning. Hello? Hello? Did the rapture happen? No. And I was left alone. I didn't make it. My lifelong dream was to be made to want to make it to heaven.
You're like, hello?
I'm here. Hello?
Hello?
I'm here alone in the room. We're all here together.
Home?
Habari zenu lakini asubuhi.
Mimi niko salama. Sana.
Sana.
Yani sana.
Tena sana.
Tu sana. Yeah.
I'm very happy to hear that.
Yeah.
What made you sana salama leo asubuhi?
Oh, Jesus Christ is alive.
Okay.
He's on the throne. Things are happening.
Okay.
Because of the cross. I'm not joking. And how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Yeah.
Fine, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Siti, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you today?
Sister here, she has come across an epiphany.
Yeah, something has happened.
It's good.
Mm-hmm.
That focus on infinity is excellent.
It's fantastic.
It is very good.
Edna said something to me. I didn't hear what you said. Edna, just tell me again. So, we have our secrets, but you can tell me again because I didn't hear the first time.
So it's a secret. Now we know there's a secret.
No, but when she's mumbling, she's talking to herself. So why don't we also mumble and talk to ourselves? But I was just thinking.
Where utapelekwa mbali sana, umesikia?
Nani?
Look at you pretending. This chick, this Anki, eh?
Yes, this one.
Sometimes.
Not the other Anki, this one.
No, this particular Anki.
Uh-huh.
You think that she doesn't know what she's saying. She knows exactly what she's saying.
She does, doesn't she?
Every listener knows I'm the most innocent person in this room.
Let me tell you.
And I only say what I mean.
Let me tell you something.
What you see is what you get.
You're the most what?
Innocent.
A lion doesn't need to tell anybody that it's a lion. The innocent person doesn't need to say that he or she is innocent.
No.
Abi?
No.
It's the truth. It's the truth.
City, I know you're on my side. You don't have to say it.
I'm on that side, which we both are on. Is which one?
Mumbling.
You're taking sides.
Yeah.
Salama lakini?
Huh?
Uko salama lakini?
Leo jauliza City yako aje. Unauliza tu in
I did.
You did?
Yes.
In the morning?
Just now.
In fact, something like around 30 seconds ago.
Oh, yes. I heard him say, good morning.
It's only a goldfish that's allowed to have an attention span of 5 seconds, not you.
And even that one is when a goldfish is being insulted. Because a goldfish has not been consulted on this particular subject.
All right. I give up.
No, don't give up. Never give up.
On both of you.
Never give up.
Don't give up. Hey.
You see?
Anyway.
Okay, guys. Good morning.
For real.
Huh?
Good morning.
It's the 4th of March and Ednah zima yokitu. It's the 4th of March and we're getting into conversations for this morning, 12 minutes after 6. Good morning, everybody. Karibuni sana to the Situation Room this morning. Good to have you here. And even as we get into it this morning, we're going to say a quick hello to you. But first, let me tell you some of the conversations that we'll be having this morning, shall we? All right. There have been folks who over the last few decades have been fighting, have been instituting, have been implementing to make sure that we do have gender equality and that there is empowerment for women at the grassroots and making sure that this is sustainable and that this is manageable. And we'll be looking into that and the things that they have done and what we hope can be done in the future. Esther Mwaura Moiru and Alice Isoyi will join us from Groots Kenya. We've heard of Groots Kenya and the work that they've been doing. They'll join us at 7 a.m. And then Bad Girl Millie Odhiambo, who is the Member of Parliament for Suba North, will join us. This broad-based government was supposed to be a panacea for problems. Has it really then been able to do, or is it doing what it was meant to do? Or was it the problem that was fixing something that was not the problem? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, you say, I've had an itch in my toe, let's go see. And the doctor says, okay, what you actually have is an ingrown toenail. Let's book you for brain surgery. I mean, come on. Was the broad-based government actually solving the problem that came about after the June 25th protests? So we'll be looking at that at 8 o'clock with Millie Odhiambo. And then at 9 o'clock, Professor George Wajakoya, he's going to be talking with us about opposition and regrouping of political parties. We'll have that conversation then at 9 o'clock. So that's what we have in store for you today. Actually, in store for us, having conversations that are important to have, not keeping them on the back burner, but keeping them front and center. And that's what we do here every day between 6 and 10 in the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. And we thank you for joining us here every morning. All right, as we get into it, let us talk about 1 million people that make it into the job market every year. They make it into the market. That doesn't mean that they're able to connect. And there are many folks who are not able to connect because they don't have the skills that they need to do so. So the KCB Foundation realized this and came up with the Tuji Ajiri program. Tuji Ajiri program makes sure that youth between the ages of 18 and 35 have an opportunity to click into certain skills. They do that and then they get into the job market, or they get the tools and the kits that they need to start business. You too can do the same. And you can make sure that youth between the ages of 18 and 35 have an opportunity to...
That's technology, huh?
Yeah, it's doing the thing over there and, making me sound like I'm double trouble. But okay, So what was I saying? So that gives you an opportunity to then click in and get the skills that you need to get into the job market or get into the business environment. The 2-year degree program is now taking in new applicants. You can actually do that. Find out more information on kcbgroup.com/foundation. All right. So yes, we know that you're with us this morning. Let's just say hello to you as we get into it today, shall we? Good morning, good morning, good morning. And already hearing from you is Hamjambo Nyote, and then we answer
Hatujambo.
Very good. Don Sabwa says, so we had to withdraw hard cash to prove Kenya is not broke. We are liquid. Okay. Okay. How are you, Ndusiti and Anki? Not broke in Malawi, we say Osasweka. Hey, CT.
Say Osasweka.
Well done.
CT. Osasweka.
Please ask CT to repeat.
Osasweka.
Very good.
Wow.
You people are making me proud this morning. Greetings from Dayton in Minnesota, says Cyprian Kambuni. Hello, Princess Ndu. Good morning, Leo, CT, and Dorice. What's the purpose of budgeting? Having a parliament? If you have to kiss the king's ring to get development, explain why we have a useless parliament. Okay. Rogers and Burgo says good morning from Mombasa. Tuned in from today, Mombasa is Dr. Venvik. And good morning, Dr. Nyakango did a good job auditing. Well, Dr. Nyakango is not the Auditor General. Nancy Gavungo is. Dr. Nyakango is the what? Controller of budget. So let's get that fixed. Sabal Heri Team Spice says Rogers lie.
Ahere.
Oh, sawa. Iyo. Ndusiti Anki and Nyaboke. Hey, Nyaboke umesalimiwa na jina la uko ndani. This is Jeffrey Magaka says looking forward to a great show. Thanks for being here every morning. Chris Maora says good morning, Wakenya. Mashari and Jerry is tuning from Portland, Oregon, and is watching and tuned in. Colchester in the UK is where Rahimtullah Omar is tuned in from. Zach says, good morning, Spice family. The dynasties are fully in government. Hey, I'm telling you. Now courtesy of Tumbocracy. Wananchi tuko peke yetu. That's what he says. Mm-hmm. Desmond says, I need security, guys. Man, you fans aren't giving me freedom to speak. Gote Ednah. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Did you tell somebody your name is Akinyi?
Look, this person has insisted, all right?
But your name is not Akinyi.
Of course it's not Akinyi, and you and I know that.
What's your name from Okoh?
Anki Dorice Ombat.
No, there's no Okoh name.
Ombat.
Ombat is your father's name, is it
Ombat.
Okay, Ombat. You don't have your own...
There's no I.
And it's not combat.
It's not combat.
City Wewe. Are you looking for trouble this early morning?
Oh, you want Moto Combat.
Anki Dorice Ombat.
I got it. But
yes.
You, what did you say?
Combat.
I said it is not combat.
You should not start with me this morning. I was just asking. It's not me. Every morning they say Akinyi. So
who is there? It's the one particular person for sure.
This guy, you know.
He's insistent, man. And then there's an aunt. Someone who calls me auntie, and another calls me Akinyi. And then one time he combines it auntie Akinyi.
So all those things you don't like them, auntie, Akinyi,
No, I like them a lot. I mean, my fans though.
Okay.
Fan.
Il est fan now.
Yes.
Na si kupepeta. Good morning, Spices. Kenya needs rehab. Oh my goodness. Awesome day to you all tuning in from Nyeri. Vesh Musanga is tuned in and says, good morning, Team Spice. I am capable. Oh, Spice FM capable team, says Fred Obari. Good to have you in this morning. Fred. Rose Grace is tuned in from Tamu. I like it how it just goes Rose, Grace, Tamu. I think it goes
my
nice.
Neck of the woods.
Your people see Tweety. Mm-hmm.
It is Tweety.
Yeah, Tweety is from Tamu.
Oh.
Do you get it?
You leave Margaret alone.
Okay, guys. Now there's Margaret and Sweetie.
No, shh. Don't say it out loud. Nobody will hear. Good morning, Team Spice. Wishing you a productive day. Thank you, Sang Kibet. Jose Mahindu is also tuned in and says, good morning, Team Spice. Good morning to you. Good morning, Ndu City and Dorice. How are you doing today? Very well. Thank you. Monica Oile. Hey, where have you been? Good morning to you. Good morning, folks. Happy new month. Looking forward to warm weather this month. Looking forward. We're already there, man. Weather. It's already hot.
Sweltering.
For goodness sake.
Surely.
But okay, maybe you tell us where you are. Oh, you're in York, Pennsylvania. That's why.
York, eh?
Come to Kenya.
Okay,
I
I thought you were talking from just round the corner.
Over here.
Kumbe, you're talking from not round the corner.
Good morning, Spice family. This is Dead and Wangi. Lucia Cheng says good morning. Okay. Ben, we see you. Ati, ndu ni mkali kwa what?
Soma tu. Hakuna unaruka yako. Just read that comment the way Ben has sent it.
Okay, let me see. Let me read what Ben Mchongwan. Ndu ni mkali kwa mchongwano. What are those? At the attention span, your goldfish.
Ayo.
No, but it's actually true.
Now you know what mchongwano is, eh?
I'm not quite sure, but you know.
When you pulled on me, that is mchongwano.
That's it, eh?
Yes.
No, I said you're not allowed to.
Yes.
The context and how it came out at that particular point in time is like, you're blonde.
Oh, but you're not.
Absolutely not.
So what's the problem?
You ask, is it Ben?
Okay. Zima hiyo kitu. Nini hiyo? Oh, wamesema Ednah. Oh, it's me. Do you know I'm having so many conversations in my head? You would think I were. I swear. I'm sorry, guys. Woo! Am I sounding spastic this morning? Okay. I am a secret listener for long. I love you guys. Lucia Cheng, now that you're out in the open, how about we celebrate you today? Edna, where are those things? Lucia Cheng has been a secret listener for the longest time, but she's here today and clicking into the Situation Room. We like it, and we like it very much. Fellow Kenyans, let nobody touch our basic needs, education and medical, says Bwangi Juma. I know. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Wagwan family, says Saint Emmanuel. Bernardito is tuning in this morning from Doha. They always say, hey, you guys, where have you all come from this morning? Can we get through to everybody?
We will.
King Dave Lubale is here, says good morning. And Abera Bethwell is also tuned in. Beautiful Ndu Anki and handsome TT.
I told you.
Where?
I was in the spirit this morning.
Anki started this morning telling CT certain things. But I will not open
just asking
the feathers of the fowls.
Who said CT was handsome, male or female?
Well, male.
Hurry along.
Moving along swiftly. You've been okay. Let me just. King Dave says, "You know what? Wise ones in top seats and background. I am anointing Anki Dorice of Bethany." Well, okay, so I don't. It's not me. I've read what they have said.
Hey.
Chef says good morning. Nisila says good morning, everybody. 124 billion shillings, man. It's not pocket change. Watching live from Kenya is Lucy and Jockey. Octin says good morning. And Go, beautiful lady, good morning to you. Lucy and Jockey, Asante Sana. Took aside from Seme. Good morning to you, Siepe. Francis Oguta is tuned in. Rachel Mirindo is here. Wellington Ngese says good morning. Tuned in from Indiana. Gustavo Mandela is here. Ken Korir, good morning to you. Ben Otieno is here. And Lucy and Jockey is also here. Am I Jeff Koinange? No, I'm not Kenyan, guys. Charles says, good morning. Can't wait for the big conversation with the general. Yes, it's going to be here this morning. Okay, Iran Dunda, Anayo Okello, Redefender, Patriotic, and George Okoh. Good morning to everybody. Thank you for being here this morning. We don't take it for granted at all. Kabisa, thank you so much, and karibu. Okay, so we stepped into the land of the honest people yesterday.
We did.
CT, what's our proverb for today?
It's actually simple and straightforward. The proverbs from this country are actually very simple. Very, very simple.
Okay. Really?
Yes. If the shade does not reach the goat will seek the shade. I told you, it's simple.
Very simple. Huh? If Muhammad does not
go to the mountain,
the mountain will go to. If the mountain doesn't go to Muhammad will go.
Okay,
it starts with Muhammad.
There's Muhammad, and it is okay.
Yeah. If the goat does not go to the shade, the shade will go to the goat.
Yes.
I don't know what. I think it's the other way around. Say? If the shade does not go to the
reach
goat,
the goat
will it's the other way around.
Seek
the shade. If the shade does not reach the goat, the goat will seek the shade.
Yeah.
Yes.
Olimma.
Tree, shrub, sun, shade. Sun, move, shade, move.
Goat.
Goat, Move.
Shade.
Move.
See. All right.
I just have to read that comment. Somebody has said, because today we're just moving like this.
With City.
She said, City, you're just too handsome. You're killing people by force. You're killing the girl by force.
Hey, extra pressure, City, when you whine. No, City, you cannot whine and pose.
Aya, sawa basi.
Na mbona jasoma ingine anaambiwa he cannot be appreciated by a fellow man.
You can't be appreciated, but yes, you can.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Does City mean a fellow man can't appreciate the Lord's creation?
Bas. City.
I asked a question.
Yeah.
I didn't make a statement.
Sawa basi.
Your eyes talk.
I know.
Okay.
So, City and Anki, we can actually give you a moment at like 10:05 for you to duke this thing out, once and for all.
Now it's me, I beg. It was from the comment section.
See how people are looking at each other. You want to fight? No problem. In the meantime, let me tell you what the headlines say and then you can fight it out there, okay? On the front page of The Standard, Kenya's bold newspaper, Ruto double speak. I told you, fight it out here. President Ruto's stance on public fundraising has taken a curious turn. Months after banning Harambes for state officers, he now leads multi-million shilling church donations, having recently pledged 120 million shillings to a city church. As criticism mounts, his defiance grows, insisting his contributions are a divine duty. God told me to do it. President Ruto in July 2024 said what? All non-essential. Do you see these people? Ednah has come and now she has run away. Her and City are doing mago.
This morning.
Today we dreamt with you.
Guys, we're on the headlines.
We all drank the same tea.
Me, I didn't drink.
Or did we?
Oh, do.
No. Me, I didn't drink the one you guys brought.
Oh, yeah?
Self-confessed.
She's actually in another.
She has told us.
I will not allow you to besmirch my name.
In the headline.
Yes, please, double speak.
On the 5th of July, the president said this: all non-essential travel by state and public officers is hereby suspended. No state officer and public servant shall participate in public contributions, Harambes, henceforth. Boom. Now, on the 24th of November 2024, he says, whenever we give, we do so to God. I have been trying to find where it is written in the Bible, because I'm an ardent reader, that when you give to God, it is returned by the bishops.
Hey.
Well, I can tell you for free that it's not there. But okay.
You know something? I often wonder when I see such headlines, are we suggesting that the president can't change his mind?
In fact, right now you can say I like coffee, right?
Yes.
But by the duplicitous nature of the human mind then allows you to say, you know what? 5 minutes later, I actually hate coffee and I like tea.
The president.
Opinions are right.
That is you and your stomach. It's different when you're speaking for a nation.
No. He is not speaking for the nation. That's where I need to hold you.
It's where he is. Look, if Ruto said, as a man, and he's not a president at the time, we would not really mind.
Let me tell you, presidents are allowed to speak. They're even allowed to make mistakes.
Listen.
They're even allowed to give their opinions.
This wasn't an opinion.
What the president says, it is an opinion. Is that statement anchored in law? Because that's what holds water. So, the president speaks. President Ruto is speaking. It is not the law. He is speaking. If someone decides that what the president says is the law, shauri yako.
Austerity measures. July 5th, 2024, when he gave the State of the Nation address, he was just speaking. He was speaking. We should allow the president to change his mind.
An executive order to the same.
Why are you people angry? So you allow me to read the many headlines and then we can
No, this is not
double speak.
This is not anger. It's just raising of volume.
Raising of volume.
Yes, so that this particular subject can be heard with clarity.
Okay, because if you
she thinks when the president speaks, it is law.
I didn't say it is law.
Yes, you are.
I didn't say it's law.
Yes, you did.
But he should mean what he says.
You see,
should mean at least be committed to it
do you see my
and do
point?
it. And that's the problem we have.
Do you see my point?
That is the problem we have.
Anki has changed her mind, and she's allowed to change her mind.
I have not changed my mind. Not at one point did I say that it was law.
Of course you did.
But if you give your word to your people, commit to it, and do it.
What word?
What do you mean, what word?
So you can give word now and then
kept
also
his
give
word
word.
until he didn't.
Kept his word until the next word came.
No,
Yes.
just last year already he was.
But last year's a
given
long
another
time ago.
Anki, I need you to see what CT is doing.
I am seeing it and I'm just with him on it. Because him and I hapo. I see it.
On the next headline this morning, because we could be on the headlines till 10, journalist murder cover-up exposes legacy of silence. Okay. 2 suspended in city firm garbage row. And I was going to say the president of Nairobi. Well, he kind of is, isn't he? The governor of Nairobi, Arthur Johnson Sakaja, was then before the committee yesterday. And, one gentleman indicted, and this was George Masari, I can't say his name properly, but one of them, and then 2 gentlemen suspended because they were the ones who were responsible for, the garbage dumping. And so that interdiction
So they're
happened.
also being blamed now, is it?
Of course.
So they just...
Why blame myself when I can find a scapegoat?
So suddenly the governor didn't give the orders.
No, in fact, he's regretting it. He said he didn't.
He said.
Yeah.
He didn't
So
give
the
order.
individuals just...
So they are carrying their own cross.
He's even joining the investigation to find out.
Very nice.
Actually, this is a good thing.
It is.
These people who run to preempt what the governor would think. Good.
Cindio?
Yes.
Yeah.
Eurobonds, easy money, but risks abound. The money comes to you quickly, but how are you going to be able to pay it? Remember, there's 117 billion shilling bill that Kenya has to pay by 2027. And that's not just the only one. There are many others. And Kenya has now gone into yet another Eurobond, essentially, for funding. So Kenya's Bold newspaper gives us some of those headlines, and we'll look at those stories in detail as we go along. I've got to give you that Sakaja regret garbage dumping story, but we'll do that later. Anki, tell us what's on the Nation.
All right, front page of the Daily Nation, 124 billion shillings wheat imports sink farmers into losses. Wakulima, it's not very good news. Local wheat growers have been hung to dry after the government allowed a group of millers to spend at least 124.5 billion shillings to ship in over 3.2 million tons of the same product farmers harvested in plenty. Farmers may be forced to sell their grain at a loss to avoid losing their entire harvest, with senators now probing how and why the farms were given the nod to import. Well, they're already here anyway. Is it? Are they? Pages 4 to 5, you'll get more details on that. Ugandan minister, US tycoon and Kenyan ties to 81 million shillings fake gold scam.
Oi.
Oi.
You know me, this fake gold I don't get.
Doesn't reach you? Or what do you mean?
No.
Or it doesn't exist?
Well, I don't even know what is real gold. So, the idea of fake gold is neither here nor there, really. But if some people who understand this say there's fake gold, then surely there must be.
So I think in this case is that somebody said there was gold, not that you actually have blocks of gold that are fake, but that somebody says we have gold is coming to you, so now you're very excited. But they might actually show you one real bar, right? They'll show you a real bar and they'll tell you, I have 1,000 more where that came from, And so now you go and give money or you pay money and expect it to show up, then it doesn't show up. But then it doesn't show up. So now that's where the fake thing comes.
And there's a whole country ties in this. Ministers, all right, anyway. Gachagwa's plot to end UDA grip on Mount Kenya. Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has rolled out a political scheme designed to create a siege mentality in the populous Mount Kenya region, even as he targets President William Ruto's allies for an onslaught. The Nation has established that Mr. Gachagwa's camp is already working on a plan to instigate multiple by-elections by seeking to have some of President Ruto's allies recalled by voters once IEBC is reconstituted. As far as politics is concerned, who's being recalled though? And windfall for soldier tortured after a coup bid as award raised from 3 million shillings to 20 million shillings. That's measure, that's what's measure here. And on page 3, money trail in hand for suspect who killed Briton in Nairobi. You guys have been following that particular murder case, and that is pretty much it. So Gachagua is on it, and the farmers might be just making losses. It's not a very good thing to do after toiling all that much. And then that they have harvested in plenty, and then you have the audacity to agree on some imports. Well, I don't know what to say about that, but that's it for the Daily Nation this morning.
City, quickly for you.
Quickly.
Yeah.
Muga.
Headlines.
Right, business day. Good governance and responsible leadership are timeless. From mankind's earliest days, we have preferred to deal with honest people. This is a quote by someone in the name of Mike Eldon. He penned something on page 9 of the Business Daily. That's on the top right-hand corner. And on that same top right-hand corner in the Business Daily, why desert roses are blooming in Kenyan homes. This desert rose is an interesting plant. It looks very much like, what's that? Like an orchid. I was looking for the word.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yes. Okay. Shilling rallies to 6-month high on CBK intervention. The Kenyan shilling has rallied to a 6-month high on the intervention by the Central Bank of Kenya to rein in the recent depreciation trend. Okay? Depreciation going down, now it's stopped, then it's going up. Okay. Kenya Revenue Authority waives 140 billion under tax amnesty. Okay? This is good news, Kenya Revenue Authority. This is very good. The Kenya Revenue Authority has written off debts of about 140 billion in accumulated interest and penalties for companies and individuals in the second phase of the partial tax pardon.
How do I know?
Done, Kerry.
How do I know? Individuals, specific individuals, or most of us?
Individuals, you don't have tax arrears.
Okay.
Individuals,
you never know.
You don't. Individuals, companies. Okay. Companies, individuals, okay?
Yeah.
Right?
Got it.
So, what you need to do is pray that you're among the people who've been, okay? Yes.
Amen.
Okay. Thank you, Gary. Yego breaks ranks with Uber on border fee. What? Yego, by the way, is a riding app, okay? The local ride-hailing app company, otherwise known as Railing App, Yego wants the state to lower the commission that border operators pay to 15% in a bid to boost their earnings, breaking ranks with Uber. Okay.
Sawa.
Unit Trust defy interest rates drops to 389 billion in assets. Unit Trust defied falling interest rates to raise their assets under management to 389.2 billion in 3 months to December 2024. These things, I just read them. Doesn't mean I understand them.
Okay.
Yeah, like this one. It's okay. Unit Trust has told us that's what they've done.
Yeah.
So let's tell Unit Trust, well done.
Thank you.
Okay, well done.
Yeah,
Thank
well
you.
done, Unit Trust. There was a little problem with a certain company that makes cereals. Cereals are these things that people are supposed to eat in the morning. Okay? Cornflakes and other flakes and other such
You didn't
things.
mean grains?
Things like that. Procter & Allen. They were supposed to be under receivership.
You're so bougie. But anyway, continue.
Yes, I'm bougie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Guys.
Okay.
Focus.
Okay. 1 billion buyout offer pause Procter & Allen receivership. There was a receivership. This Procter & Allen seemed to have had a problem. They said KCB, they owed KCB money. KCB was not happy. They're not being paid their money. And there were talks of taking over. All the sort of things that people don't want to hear about their company. But now it looks like there's a reprieve. It looks like.
Okay.
Somebody said, I've got some $10 billion I'm willing to put in here so that we can sort this thing out. So let's see how this pans out. Bang in the middle of the paper.
Well done.
Thank you so much. U.S. aid contract grants in Kenya now hit. Okay, let me read again. U.S. aid contract grant cuts in Kenya now hits 108 billion. Right. The value of big ticket contracts terminated by the U.S. government in Kenya has crossed the 108 billion mark, even as President Donald Trump's government issued more closure notices vowing to cut back on foreign aid. Okay, it is your money. You can cut it as you see fit.
Indeed.
Right. Let's look at the Star, top right-hand corner. Okay, there is no Till Green anymore, but today's publication is out for sale. Why Iron Lady rebranded after 16 years in the cold. This is a story about the new party. What is the new party? What is it called?
PLP.
Yes. What is it?
People's Liberation
Yes,
Party.
the people will liberate the party. Okay.
In purple.
Kabisa. That's a good party.
Did you hear it? Okay.
Good party. Good party.
Yeah.
There's a story of JM foretold his death. This is a story of a gentleman by the name of Josiah Mwangi Karaoke. And we've been remembering his passing.
His life, yeah.
His life is passing away, what he stood for, the things he said. And the headline is JM foretold his death, says widow. And it is quote, he said, these people will kill me anytime. Be prepared for that. it's something that he said he knew. Okay? Anyway.
Maliza?
No, not yet. Not yet. I was just smacking my lips as I prepare to read the next.
Okay.
Raw deal, billions down the drain in stalled county projects. There's a list of counties, monies that are owed, or monies that have been spent rather, and yet the projects have not been finished.
Really?
Yes, Wasingishu, 1.7 billion, Meru 36 million, Tharakanithi 525 million, Machakos 1.3 billion, Nyandarua 681 million, Nakuru 56 million, Bomet 314 million, Samburu 206 million.
Is there a county there with billions?
Yes, two.
I had a billion.
Machakos 1.3 billion.
Machakos and Wasingishu. Connect people, politicians, relatives, survive, purge. Revealed major cover-up in fake papers inquiry. This story is about people who have fake qualifications. Fake meaning you have a piece of paper that declares that you are qualified.
You graduated from such or have a certificate.
And heaven or even hell forbid, there is no such thing. You're not qualified for any such thing. People have papers that they passed their Form 4 exams or something. Some didn't even go near school, even on Sunday.
Some people's shadow did not darken the four walls of an institution.
But they have the paper to show. Some who didn't do due diligence in faking their papers find that they share the serial number with somebody who actually went to school, and the school is different from the one they went to. So you get a bit of a problem.
And the brain behind it?
Little bit of something.
The brain behind it, I hear, is a phone for liver.
That is a person who I think time and space didn't allow him to expand his capacities. We are being shown the capacity. Imagine if this person had education.
Had actually gone.
The things he would have done of great benefit.
Of great benefit.
Yes, because this is a business venture. When people produce these fake documents, it's business.
It's crazy. This is absolute madness, actually.
It's absolutely ludicrous, yes.
But I want us to take a break real quick and take a look at what's happening with weather and traffic, and then we'll come back and look at some of these stories in detail. Sisi, why are you low? As in low, not
how?
low in your spirit, but you're lower than, or is it me?
Oh, did you have to?
No.
Come
For
on.
a moment when you said low, I thought saying low.
Sing chariot.
Okay,
I was thinking, okay, no. Seat low. It's comfortable.
Oh, sawa basi. Okay, guys, let's take a look at weather. Traffic will be back after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
16 degrees, cloudy morning. Nairobi, high of 27 and low of 15. And we see low of 13, going to high of 30 in the Muga. Looking at some Ombaso cloudy at 26, with highs of 33. While in Shibuya at 27, with sunny, with highs of 32. We see highs over 33 with Sumo at 90. And it's 17 and partly cloudy in Kakamega. Kampala is cloudy at 19. We'll see highs of 30, while Dar es Salaam at 26 is sunny through to highs of 32. Johannesburg at 17 is mostly cloudy, going to highs of 24, while Mogadishu is sunny at 25. We'll see highs of 31. Addis through Tuesday is mostly sunny at 14 currently, going to highs of 26, and it's partly cloudy at 28 in Lagos. Mostly cloudy at 25 in Kinshasa, while looking into a partly sunny Beijing. Tuesday afternoon is 8 degrees, highs of 10 and lows of -2. Partly cloudy at 2 in Paris with highs of 13, while London at 3 is cloudy, going to highs of 13 as well. Monday night in New York is 1 degree and clear, going to highs of 3, back down to lows of 1.
Spice up your life.
Traffic this Tuesday, not too crazy, at least not at this point, but we're going to probably see that pick up as we go along. Schools are opening more in number today, and so that is going to do something for traffic for sure. Coming off of Thika Superhighway, coming in through from Githurai, we're starting to see bits and bobs of bumper to bumper. Also the same thing on Kiambu Road today as you get towards Muthaiga Square. Landy's very busy. Folks are traversing the nation, and so we'll see that bus station and, all of your vehicles along Haile Selassie in and outbound traffic there is already starting to build. As you come off Mombasa Road, you're doing okay. The Southern Bypass will be your scenic route into the city with very little traffic there this morning as well. We're going to keep an eye on things and see how they open up as we get into traffic hour. Help us out to keep things moving. SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Alrighty, so we're looking at details of some of these stories. So, look, this whole garbage dumping story took everybody by storm last week, isn't it? And Parliament, National Assembly and Senate was not having it. So the two senior county officials, so yes, you guys had reminded me about his name, George Masiria, and so two senior county officers have been interdicted over an illegal garbage dumping incident outside of Stima Plaza. Appearing before the Committee of Administration and Internal Security at County Hall, Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja condemned the Garbage Dumping Act, stating that it violates the county's policies and values. Now, just last week, the same. You see how you can change your mind and your opinion in a very short period of time? The governor said that, you know what? Hey, come on.
Yes, come on.
Hey, if you don't do what you're supposed to do, then we reserve the right to do what we want to do. Essentially, that's what he said last week.
That's what he said.
Yeah. You know, that's exactly what he said. So it's interesting that this is the same gentleman, unless he's metamorphosized into something else, that, you know, it is highly regrettable. And he says that it is illegal and it violates the county's policies and values. However, he stated that all other actions taken against the power company by the City Hall were within the law, but the dumping was an issue. They switched off the water, they blocked the sewage, but dumping was the one that was illegal.
Yeah.
And the blocking of the sewage, that one caused problems not to Stima Plaza, but to the entire environment.
Yeah. Exactly.
And it is within the law.
Yes.
He went on to clarify that he did not sanction the dumping of the waste. He described the act as uncouth and primitive, apologizing to Kenyans and assuring them that it would not happen again. The governor informed the committee chaired by Narok West MP Gabriel Tongonyo that two senior officers had been interdicted pending the conclusion of investigations, with further disciplinary action to be taken against other officials found culpable. According to Sakaja, I would like to inform Parliament that as we speak, Dr. John Ntoiti, the acting revenue director who directed dumping of garbage, and Sankale Lempaka, the acting director debt collection unit, who was in charge of operation on that day, have been interdicted. The governor told the committee that KPLC owed Nairobi County 4.9 billion shillings, while the county owed KPLC 1.5 billion. See, you guys, see, you do like swap, and then the balance now you sort out. Abby, but I guess not. He noted that the power supplier had taken the matter to court, but the case was dismissed, effectively maintaining the status quo. Following discussions with KPLC management, it was agreed that the company would pay 60 million shillings monthly. Sakaja stated that he personally visited Stima Plaza last December and informed the CEO, Joseph Siror, that electricity could not be switched off while KPLC itself owed the county billions. How do you want to come and tell me that I can't do 1, 2, 3 and you also owe me money? Cannot happen. He emphasized that a significant portion of the payment was for street lighting, which could not be cut off due to security concerns. So the back and forth, you know, this is the reason
street
why.
Lighting.
Yeah, because if you switch off power, you're also going to switch off the lights.
But you're telling me that street lighting is what has raised this thing to the billions? Really?
No. What he's saying is that if you do switch off the power, that it also affects street lighting, and we can't do that because of security. Yeah. So, you know, understand where we are coming from. This is what he went and told Bwana Siror.
You know, what I see. Have you finished what you're saying?
No.
Please continue.
So, Sakaja said, we denied them water and sanitation services, which is within the law, for not paying the debt of way leaves and land rates which had not been paid. If an apartment owner fails to pay rates, the county may take over and collect rents to help clear the debt. Inspector General of the National Police Service, Douglas Kanja, confirmed that criminal investigations were launched immediately after the incident. Kanja told the committee, I was in Nigeria at the time. Okay. But we initiated investigations immediately after the illegal dumping was reported.
After he left Nigeria, when he was still in Nigeria?
When he came back from Nigeria, he now told guys,
when did he come back?
I heard that people were dumping garbage somewhere.
He come back to give instructions?
I wonder.
Well, apparently in-person instructions bear more weight than over the phone kind of thing. You get it?
The guy sounds like he's around my age. Completely analog. He has to be there in person to give instructions. A phone call does the trick usually. Yeah.
So this is what has happened. That George Mosiria, one of those who now has been suspended, and these two gentlemen who've been interdicted have been said, you know what? It's because I said George, Jeffrey, These G names are confusing me this morning. Jeffrey Mosiria has been suspended over this act, and what the long and short of it now is that Governor Arthur Johnson Sakaja has said the dumping was what was uncouth and unpalatable. Everything else we were allowed to do.
Is this the same gentleman who's been going around the county making sure there's sanity and sanitation? Sanitation?
Yeah.
Same dude?
Yeah.
Wait, irony?
Hits you in the face, doesn't it?
Boom.
Yeah.
But what I find interesting, though, is that there are people who say, well, we don't have freedom of speech in this country. It is not true. We do.
Mm-hmm.
We do. Earlier on in the hour, we're talking about some of the utterances that we attribute to the president. But just take that and compare them to the utterances that we've been hearing from the immediate former deputy president. Take that aside and listen to the utterances we've heard from someone like Senator Sifuna. Take that and look at the utterances we've heard from Kimani Ichung'wah within the country and outside the country. Just listen to the things that Kenyans say. Verbalize, okay? Freedom of speech and freedom of change your mind. Because, yes, I was heading there.
Freedom of change your mind.
Yes. You're allowed to change your mind. Because the thing that the governor is saying now is what he should have started off with.
Right.
Sane, sober, calculate. What he was thinking is irrelevant. He could have been cursing under his breath. He could even have given instruction, teach this XYZ a lesson. But in the public, this is wrong. Why did he not come out immediately and say this is wrong?
Because words like uncouth and unpalatable are not things that you just think top of your head. If it is uncouth today, it was uncouth last week.
Does not change. That's the only thing that can change. Like,
or you look at public opinion and you figured, this thing is going down very, very well, is it? So why don't I do an about 10? Again, freedom of speech. He has changed his mind, hasn't he?
Disaster management.
Yeah, but then, what are you managing? The thing has run away.
Too late.
Well, it's also good for us to know that they actually picked up the garbage over the weekend, eh? The day we were talking on Friday, the garbage was still there.
Even though
they picked up the garbage and they sanitized the area. They did all sorts of nice, facelift things. But of course, the initial
damage
action
was already done.
The damage was done.
Yeah,
public.
Indeed.
The thing you need to bear in mind, your voice counts. If this thing hadn't been condemned as much as it's been condemned,
would he have now given this?
Yes, because it was condemned. It's sounding. No. There's no. No. Sort out these issues. I don't understand, in all honesty. KPLC are not known to just rock up at your gate and switch off your power. That they don't do. No, they don't. They don't. Anyway.
Give us a story, Yankee.
Wow, still in there. Okay. Farmers, they do so much for this country. Agriculture has been the backbone of Kenya's economy, yeah? Even though women make the largest part of it, like small-scale farmers, etc. But look at this. 124 billion shillings, wheat import scandals, sparks outrage. I'll pick here. And the wheat, of course, quickly. Local wheat growers have been hung out to dry after the government allowed millers who are behind most well-known flour brands to spend at least 124.5 billion shillings to import over 3.2 million tons of the grain, despite farmers having a good harvest. Following the green light given to the millers to import wheat, local farmers may be forced to sell their grain at a loss to avoid losing their entire harvest. The wheat farmers have held several protests to voice their discontent. They have persisted, or rather, they have persistently complained that they are being undercut by millers who are flooding the market with cheap imports. Let me give you a group of 35 millers behind the importation of wheat, comprising tycoons who have been in the sector for decades and some newcomers. All right, Kitui Flour Mills, Joy Millers Limited, Capwell Industries Limited, Karibu Flour Mills Limited, Bakex or Bix, all right, Bix Millers Limited.
No, it's Bakex, you're right, actually.
Bakex, you're correct.
You're correct.
You're fine.
If you're reading it, you would read
it. It is Bakex.
Okay, fine. Alpha Grain Millers, Rafiki Millers, Lukenya Mills, Malindi Millers, Jamii Milling Limited, Eldoret Grains Limited, Weetabix East Africa Limited, Hawandewale Tycoons, and newcomers who are, getting this 3.5 thereabout, tons. And I'm thinking, all the input, sometimes I wonder, Is it just a shocker, that these deals are arrived at? You just get to know it when it's too late, because these guys have been protesting. Is it that we choose not to hear, or it is what it is? Because this is not the first time farmers are saying we've got surplus. Do not import more. You're making us go at a loss.
By the time they're getting the surplus, sadly, if there was a deal on imports, it has already been made.
So it's done before the harvest?
Are you kidding?
We don't know seasons?
But you know what it does, though, is that they bring in the maize and they're selling it for a lot cheaper, so that in the interim, before you harvest, that there's maize available in the market. But what they do is that they lower the price, obviously. And so by the time you harvest, you've taken in all things into consideration and you've put a particular cap on your maize. But this is more expensive than the imported maize. Do you see?
Okay.
So that's what it does to hurt the local farmer, sadly. And that when we talk about protectionist policies, those are some of the things that you hope to put in place. Stop your imports, because you import this maize, you're going to sell it for cheaper than what you do for your local farmers. Rice is some of the most expensive stuff in Japan. But you know what? It comes from the local farmers. Why? Because of the protectionist policies that they've put in place to ensure that the local farmer can get enough bang for their buck. If you bring in rice from outside Japan, it is damn expensive.
As it should be.
And that's what we talk about protectionist policies. Those are some of the things that you should be doing for the farmer in Kenya.
And now it's on wheat. Talk to us on the comment section if you are a wheat farmer.
As of December 2023, the government actually banned wheat imports to protect local farmers. They allowed for importation only when the local produce was insufficient.
Right.
Okay.
Only when it's insufficient.
Yes, and millers were instructed that they must utilize all local wheat before importing.
There you go.
Clearly, this isn't the case. And previously, we would charge 35 to even 50% duty on imported wheat to protect the local farmers.
As you should.
But of late, it is only at 10%. Now, whether this was charged, we don't know. Because in this story, do you see anywhere where this 10%, this tariff was charged? There's mention of it. The point I'm making it, if indeed local wheat was consumed, why are the local farmers complaining?
Yeah, if it was. And it hinges on the if. And why would they complain?
We've had the same problem. We saw the same problem with maize farmers.
Yes.
We no longer hear of the problem, but it was a problem.
It was.
Yes.
Exactly.
If you do not protect your own local producers, what you're going to do is you're going to kill that particular
industry. You're killing.
Do you not have the same issue with the sugarcane guys as well?
Look across the board. You have it with rice. You have it with sugar. You have it with maize.
Yeah.
Across board, you do. Let me tell you really quickly about Waitito, shall we? Okay. Waitito denied bail. 12 years sentence is upheld. Former Kiambu Governor Ferdinand Waitito will remain in custody after the High Court rejected his request for release, pending an appeal against his 12-year sentence in the 588 million shilling corruption case. Justice Lucy Joguna ruled that Waitito, along with his co-convicts, former Kiambu Chief Officer for Roads, Luka Wahinya, and businessman Charles Shege, had failed to meet the necessary conditions for bail pending their appeal. The trio, currently serving their sentence at industrial area remand, had not provided sufficient grounds to justify their release, according to the conclusion of the judge. Waitito's defense team had argued that his health issues, of course, including severe high blood pressure, required urgent medical attention unavailable in prison. They also claimed that the appeal process would take too long, worsening his condition. However, Justice Njuguna dismissed these claims, stating that while Waitito's medical reports indicated various health problems, the prison facilities were equipped to address his needs. So it's okay, we can take care of you here. There's an appeal going on. So remember that case you keep talking about, CT, where the Chief Justice said, you know what? All avenues of appeal exhausted notwithstanding, a sentence is a sentence.
Yes.
And the sentence is upheld until
it is repealed.
So now what Joguna has basically said is that now until that appeal has gone through or has been, you will be the guest of the state.
Yeah, which means
if you're not feeling well, we shall treat you here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just serve the sentence.
Yeah. And the 12-year sentence is upheld. Bail, we're not going to talk about that until your appeal goes through. Whenever that goes through, we'll go through. Lawyer said it'll take a while. He's going to be sick or sicker. Judge says, sour. We have medical facilities here. We'll take care of him here. We, hii ni ngumu, si ndio?
Sana.
It's now 7 o'clock.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga. 5 women aged between 40 and 42 years have died after a private gold mine collapsed in Ramba area, Siaya County. County Police Commander Sarah Koki says the women were mining gold when the mine collapsed on them and buried them alive. The bodies of Millicent Akinyi, Matilda Obura, Viola Onyango, Caroline Otieno and Catherine Owino were retrieved and taken to Bondo Sub-County Hospital mortuary. The search for the 6th woman's body is still ongoing. Pope Francis is alert after suffering 2 episodes of acute respiratory failure. On Monday afternoon, the Vatican has said doctors were forced to intervene to clear mucus from the Pope's lungs. An update from the Holy See said, though it said he was alert throughout, the 88-year-old pontiff has resumed the use of an oxygen mask and ventilator to assist his breathing, but remains alert, focused and cooperative, according to the Vatican. This is now the 3rd serious downturn since the 88-year-old pontiff was admitted to hospital 18 days ago with pneumonia. On Friday, Pope Francis suffered an isolated breathing crisis involving vomiting. The government is upgrading and modernizing technical and vocational education and training institutions to enhance their capability and relevance in responding to manpower needs in the country. Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi has said TVETs must build skilled, adaptable and innovative workforce ready to meet the demands of the industries and job market.
The honeymoon is over. Globally, the honeymoon is over. Now we must shift gear and we must compete for investment and trade. In history, you read about the scramble for Africa. If you do not have a skilled manpower, lazima uwe na watu wenye ujuzi, wenye tajriba, wenye wanafahamu kile mwekezaji anataka. Na ndio nyinyi sasa. Tunawataka, tunawahitaji, Kenya inawataka, inawahitaji.
Mudavadi said the government has also set up a policy framework that will enable the TVET institutions to fully implement the robust competency-based education and training curriculum that was rolled out in September last 2023.
After broad consultations across the board, they have been able to identify where the challenges are, and in their recommendations, we shall have a lasting solution so that we can deal once and for all and in a sustainable manner with the issue of the funding of our institutions at the university level. And indeed, as you say, at the TVET, it has been functioning quite well. So I want to assure you on behalf of the government and on behalf of the Ministry of Education that this is underway, and you'll be able to get to know the details of the findings and the recommendations in a few days' time.
And finally, farmers should liaise with their local agricultural extension officers for advice on planting days. The Met Department has confirmed that rains are coming in 2 weeks' time. Director of Kenya Meteorological Services, Dr. David Gikungu, said the rains will begin in western, central and southern Kenya. The monthly weather outlook released says rains will be near to above average in these areas. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, at a few minutes after 7 o'clock, let's take a quick look at what's happening with traffic on these streets today. Before we get into it proper, we already saw some movement on the Thika Superhighway as you come down into the city, and that is continuing to build all the way in from Githurai, and you pass the Allsops Junction. You're going to do it really slowly, and there is quite some traffic, bumper to bumper, all the way through towards that Maranga Road Junction, and then the other heading out towards Wangari Mathai. That is definitely busy. All right, we're also seeing some traffic that's forming right around Landis, and it's going to take you towards Kamkunji. Very heavy traffic here as well. And as you then come through towards Haile Selassie, a lot of movement, but then also a lot of a standstill. As you come off of James Gishuru, cross over towards Waiaki, you're going to take the Red Hill Link Road, and there is some traffic, and it's going to find you through towards Limuru Road on the other side. So there's a lot of busyness that has begun well before traffic hour this morning. And we're going to keep an eye on all of this and see how it all develops as we get into it. And we shall talk through it. Help us out to keep things moving this morning. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 6 minutes after 7 o'clock and into the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation on this 4th day of March. Getting into it properly this morning. And just to remind you that we say thank you for joining us every day here on the Situation Room for conversations that move the nation, the region, and indeed the world. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. And as we do that today, we're going to be getting into a conversation around a legacy of grassroots empowerment. To empower the people at the places where it matters has been the journey of many an individual and indeed many an organization and community. So we'll be having that conversation today. CT, last week you were waving your diamond wand. Today you're now just dropping some nuggets of diamonds, aren't you?
You know, there's a little detail about precious stones. Huh? Mm-hmm. And the reason why they're precious is because human beings have decided they're precious.
Yeah.
In the absence of that, it's just a stone. Probably a shiny stone. Yeah. Or a shiny piece of mineral. But houses aren't minerals. Houses represent some of the stablest form of wealth that anybody can have. So when someone offers you the opportunity to buy a house via a mortgage, it's something that is worth listening to. And that's exactly what Diamond Trust Bank is doing. They're saying, we have a mortgage plan for you. It doesn't matter whether you are in paid employment, whether you've employed yourself, or even whether you're in the diaspora. They're saying they can offer you a 10-year mortgage at 9%. They can offer you a 25-year mortgage at 9.75%. They're taking it further and saying, we don't have hidden charges. I know financial institutions are often accused of having hidden charges, saying we do not. What we tell you you will pay is precisely it. That 9% doesn't change. The 9.7% doesn't change. They're also saying if you pay ahead of the schedule, should and when, if you do get a mortgage, we will not penalize you. And they're saying to do what needs to be done requires two things. Either walk physically to any Diamond Trust Bank branch or simply send an email, mortgages@dtbafrica.com.
Beautiful stuff.
Yes.
And there's a way to do it and there's a way to go about it. As we get into conversations for this hour, two ladies join us today. And when we talk about connecting folks at the community level, down at the grassroots, a lot of the things that we talk about up here, you know, top level, and we say policies must be entrenched and things must be done, but we often don't think about the very person who connects the dots. And two ladies join us this morning in the persons of Esther Mwaura Moiru, who is the founder of Groots Kenya, and Alice Isoi, who is a land rights champion and county coordinator for Kakamega County. Ladies, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having us.
Karibu sana. I mean, obviously not the first time that we've had Groots in the room. We've been here and we've been talking about the connection connections that you've been able to make for people around the country. So thank you for being here today. And as we look into that and what's necessary to happen, Karibu Sana. CT is going to welcome you with today's proverb, as we do here. And so we like to put people to work, very early in the morning. So he'll tell us what the proverb is. Then both of you will tell us what you think about the proverb and how you would interpret that. Yes?
There's a country in West Africa that has had the misfortune of having one coup after another. Well, it's not like every other day, but every couple of years they have a coup attempt and they have a military leader. That country is called Burkina Faso. And what is of interest is that country is actually called, Burkina Faso means the land of honest people. The name is derived from two ethnic communities. One is called the More, M-O-O-R-E. In English you'd say More, but it's African, it's More. And the other one, Faso, is from the community called the Dioula. These are communities within Burkina Faso that are populous. So prior to this country being renamed and called Burkina Faso by the president then, Thomas Sankara, it had a name. I will not ask you what the name was, I will tell you. It's called Upper Volta. You've all heard of Upper Volta?
Yes.
Okay. Now, among the things that this particular president did, he outlawed the marrying of young children, he outlawed FGM, he outlawed forced marriages, outlawed. What I'm about to say is my all-time favorite because I wondered how he implemented it. And he outlawed polygamy. How he managed to keep it outlawed, I don't know. But in 1987, he was assassinated. Now, let me mention the proverb. If the shade does not reach the goat will seek the shade. Simple, straightforward proverb.
If the shade does not reach the goat, the goat will reach the shade.
Will seek the shade.
Will seek.
Yes.
The shade.
Yes.
Well, I think we have a Kiswahili saying like that. Is it tumu? I mean, it is whoever has the need is the one that sorts what are the solutions to their needs.
Is it
That's it. That's how I would interpret it.
Right. Okay. Yeah. What about you, Alice?
I think as my brother says, we say mgongo, taka mgongo kama kimeanguka chini, wewe ni kuinama na kuiokota. Yes, it's you to pick it from down because it's you seeing and it has dropped down. No one will pick it for you. So you'll use your back and pick it. Yes.
You both understood the proverb well. Yes.
Fantastic.
And thank you for your responses.
Indeed.
The beauty of the questions we ask is your interpretation can't be wrong.
Right.
Because it is your interpretation. Yes. But you've done an excellent job of interpreting it.
Fantastic. Yeah. I mean, it's very lovely to have both of you here this morning. And, in addition to that, it's really looking into the connections that have been made around the country for the longest time and the importance. So, I mean, grassroots organizations operating together for sisterhood, that's what Groots is. And we see that the work that's happening, I mean, we've talked about work that happens in Nairobi, Kiambu, Kisumu, Kakamega, in the coast. And it's really connecting people at that level towards opportunities and also towards the realities of what's going on. So walk us through that journey in terms of, starting off with you, Esther. Walk us through that, why it is important to touch at the grassroots for some of the things that we talk of, at other levels.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And I'd like to start why Groots and what is its relevance with today's context. So as you know, this year the world is celebrating the 30 years since we put together the Beijing Platform for Action, which is an action plan, agenda to empower women and to deal with women human rights that was done in UN conference in 1995, popularly known as the Beijing Conference. So Beijing Conference happened 30 years ago. In the past, it used to be every 10 years, there is a women conference that would happen. But we haven't seen another UN conference on women happen since the Beijing Conference. Why? Because the world believes that the Beijing Platform for Action, it is the best document we've ever written, that if it was implemented, it would actually deal with a lot of almost all the things we talk about gender inequality. But so the women's rights organization globally have refused to reopen the discussion for the Beijing Platform for Action. Because it means if 10 years after 1995, you have another conference, you reopen that and rewrite a new document. So that's why we've not had any other conference. But tells you how significant that conference was. And I happened to have gone to that conference when I was barely 25 years old. And I was there because I was very, very active in my university years. And I would be an assistant data collector for professors. I was doing sociology and economics, so I knew a lot of teachers who were doing researches. And I came from a very, very, very poor background. And so for me, I had understood how to earn my living. So for me, that was good, but also gave me something to educate my siblings, to do what was necessary for my life. And so I was able to understand there was this conference that was upcoming. And in 1994, there was a big conference of women from all over the country at Nairobi University. That time I had already finished university. I was working for the Urban Development Department, and I was working for a Dutch organization, and we were doing a lot of training using video clips. And I asked my boss, because remember I am attached to University of Nairobi, where I went to school, so I know my professors. I'm supporting part of the work going to Beijing, women preparing. And I asked my boss, can I use, those television tubes that we used to have, the big ones, can I use them and bring to the university so that as the women have finished their discussion, I can put up the clip for them to watch? And so that's how I got to know that Beijing was happening. So I brought this, my boss allowed me to bring this, and I would also participate. And then I was given the work to take notes by the women, because they were, KYM, the free work. So I did a lot of voluntary work. And by the end of that meeting, they had found a good tool to take to Beijing. So I went to Beijing, China, and I was going to support the women that was going to Beijing with just really voluntary work, clerical work. And when I was there, remember I said I come from a very poor background. And I come from a very poor village. And for me, it was shocking to find at the heart of where the NGOs were convening a tent where there would be the likes of my mother, the likes of my neighbors, talking about development issues. And I was fascinated. And any minute I would get my time, I would rush to this tent. And this is where I understood there was an organization called Groots International that had been started in 1985. And so immediately I came back here, I said, oh my God, I'm so surprised by this thing. I want also to build the capacity of women from my village and from the community so that they can speak for themselves and travel to such conferences. Because truth be told is that in the main conferences, these women were not there. They were only in this tent. And the people who would speak about lack of water, no toilets, gender-based violence.
They didn't really get it, huh?
They were not the people who were suffering. The people who have these issues were in the tent. And this, for me, this disconnect was so clear from my lived experience. And I really came inspired that I wanted to build the capacity of grassroots women in this country who would also be engaging with development with clarity. Yeah, so that's how Roots Kenya was founded.
So when you talk about building and empowering women at the grassroots level, we're talking about, when we hear grassroots, obviously, excuse me, we're not talking about the folks who are sitting in the hoity-toity office somewhere. We're talking about at that level where you talk about some of the things without access to sanitation, without access to capital, without access to food regularly. So when you talk about empowerment, what are we talking about? Going around and handing out food rations? Putting up a mobile toilet? What are we saying?
So first of all is giving the voice, the agency and the leadership to these women who are already experienced this situation of the lack, all the things you've talked about. Women who more often than not, we kind of think they are beneficiaries of the work we do. But they're actually active participants who are contributing with resources. So it's making sure, first of all, they are engaged and they are able to become part of the discussions and they are able to bring the solutions. The second thing is making sure they can envision the change that they want. And the third thing is making sure that they are able to understand who they are as right holders and understand who are the duty bearers and are able to drive demand for responsibility from the duty bearers so that whatever they do for themselves and their communities is also to complement what the duty bearers should be able to do. And that these women are not working in isolation, that they are connected. It's not about mobilizing women. It's about investing in organizing women so that they are connected, so that they are sharing the experiences, they are sharing the solutions. They are going to talk to their governors, their members of parliament, not as one, but as a collective, but people who do understand where they are coming from and they have a vision of where they want to go. So for us, that is the whole realm of empowerment.
Do you know you have actually just defined something that has proven to be extremely elusive in terms of realizing it in the world of development. Everyone you talk to who is in that sector talks about empowering, they talk about grassroots, they talk about commonality of purpose, they talk about speaking in one voice.
Mobilization.
Yes, they talk about sensitizing, they talk about capacity building, they talk about educating. Lovely, delightful words. But if the length of time we've heard these words being spoken, and if indeed these words were meant to be impactful, then the changes that we hear in words should have been monumental.
Absolutely.
It's not that there are no changes. Now, because I personally have interacted with what Roots does, not in the studio, in the field. So I was amazed that everything, and this is why I'm making the comment I'm making, I was amazed that this thing that is elusive had actually been cracked. Because I found conversations were being had with young women, school-going young women, young mothers who had dropped out of school. And you're talking about people in the villages. Now, my question, how far spread is this gospel that you have preached and which has taken root, and how impactful has it been, and how does one measure this impact?
Well, I think for us, measuring impact is the transformation in the lives of the women. I was in Roots for 22 years as the executive director. and I left 2017. So I am still the strategic advisor for the organization. I'm here because today there is a big meeting that is going to be happening in Duberry Stadium, where there'll be about 500 grassroots women from 22 counties here in this country celebrating what Groots has been to them for the last 30 years. So first of all, that tells you the reach. We are solidly in 22 counties. What does that mean? That if you go to that county, you will find at least the governor or the deputy governor knows there is an organization called Groots Kenya. That you will go to those these counties, and you'll find not less than 100 women, the likes of Alice, who, when we started working with Alice, even constructing a word in English, and she's not stupid. She has so much wisdom, but because the way development and the way the marginalizations happen, they are segregated to a corner that they don't interact with what we call development. But when you start bringing them into the forefront, they first of all unleashing their own potential to make sure they they first of all understand what vision of change that they want. So they first of all understand, how do I add my own personal poverty? One thing I tell the women, because I have lived in poverty, I told you that I always say that if you want to glorify poverty, you will never be my friend. I have lived enough of it. And so I ran away from it. So first and foremost is getting women out of poverty.
Right.
The second thing is making sure that they can claim and drive demand, so that they can go to the member of parliament and say that you actually commissioned this road. This was the quality, but we have not gotten this quality. And this is and they can understand what the quality. They can go to a community and do a comprehensive mapping of what was adjudicated as public land for market, for schools in 1963. And they are able to go to the Survey of Kenya and demand for that map. They are able to go to the county government and demand for that map and really construct the history of the public land in their community and say, why do we have this church inside the primary school? It wasn't supposed to be. This is how it was constructed, and say, okay, so that's why we're not having enough space. So this is why we cannot actually get the road recarpeted, because all of you have encroached the road. We are bringing to you the map. So look at this map. This is why we are getting the river flooding, because we can map the riparian river path from the high levels of the land to the lower levels of land, and we can say who is within the given 50 meters away from the river. And they don't have to go and tell the chief, can you tell people to move? They'll bring the communities together. They will talk to them about the disaster of cultivating inside the river, and they'll give each other the time frame to be able to move away from the river riparian. So it's a question of how do they work, and if people don't move, then they use authority because they have the capacity to negotiate. Yes.
And it's actually beautiful how you're articulating this, having given us your story from where you came from to who you have become now. The how is my question. Culture can work against or for you, and giving them a voice is a very good thing. But how is culture working with you in that regard? Because I'm sure you're talking about 22 counties. So all these women are in different setups, right? How is that working for you?
First, let's say that part of our culture and majority of our cultures are very, very good.
Okay.
Many years ago, 2004, when the HIV was very big in this country, and we started to see women being driven out of their homes because men said, you brought the HIV and AIDS to our brother, and our brother died, so move away. And it was so rampant. The girl children, the orphans were being thrown out. And we asked ourselves, what is this about women being driven out? Is it truly our culture that actually land belongs to men? is it truly our culture that a man can just bring a woman in the home just because this woman now is worn out for the burden of work that she's been done, and she doesn't look as beautiful as she always looked? Is it possible? Is it that our culture? And we brought 9 cultural leaders in a room for 2 months. The Luyas, the Kikuyus, the Masais, the Borans, the Kabas, the Luos. There were 9 for 2 months. Together with, that time it used to be called, I think it was Feminate. No, it had become UN Women.
Did I hear the Kikuyu?
The Kikuyus, yes.
I thought
yes.
I didn't hear them.
They were there. They were there. And we started asking ourselves, what does our culture speak to when it comes to polygamy?
All right.
And we understood first, no man in those communities would ever dare go hunt for a second wife for himself. None. The hunting was done by the wife.
The woman.
Yeah. And understanding that, yes, my husband, now I have such, the burden is too much on me. I have 3 children. I have to take care of the children. The lad is big. You're a wealthy man. You have many kettles. Maybe I would need somebody
to help
me. It's this woman who would actually go scavenging for who she wants to be a core wife.
So she was not going to look for another woman to share the love with her husband.
No.
She was going to look for another woman to share the burden
to share
with.
Partly, of course. But of course, the truth that she gets to be married. And so, but what I'm trying to say, it's not like where now men come to Nairobi.
Okay.
They move out of the village.
Right.
They take a new young woman.
Correct.
They live with her in the city. And then they go and show up in the village with this woman. It's different. This woman understood the level of resources that the family owned, and she had control. This is the point I was making. She had control of the resources that the man owned.
Right.
And she knew what is the share, and they shared very nice. That's why when I grew up, I found my grandmother very happy with the co-wife. They were always together, never left each other. They were good friends. But now we don't have it.
They knew what they were doing
because it's
then.
not facilitated.
Let's look very quickly, and then we're going to take a break and we'll come back and continue. But Esther, it's just interesting to get some of those insights.
Yeah.
Alice, now, because now you are right there. You're at the ground and you're seeing what are some of these issues that you deal with that need, we're going to use those big words again, that need empowerment, that need capacity building, that need mobilization. What are the issues that you see women dealing with that you've now been able to, coordinate for them to start to get out of?
Yes, in the communities we have the women, most women are being affected with land rights, disinheritance, and then we also have a problem of GBV, gender-based violence.
Okay.
These are the issues that are affecting the grassroots women. But we were seeing when, for example, Esther had touched about when your husband dies, you are disinherited. During the time of HIV and AIDS, when a man dies, this woman is supposed to leave that home. And when Esther came with that knowledge, our work was to see that we make dialogues. We had what we call the watchdog groups. The watchdog groups was formed to oversee the issues, the rampant issues of the disinherited women. And the communities were looking only at land, because when your husband dies, the community or the relatives looks at the land, they sell the land, then you are disinherited, even the whole property. So we formed watchdog groups. These watchdog groups was combined of the village elder, the chief, the 2 grassroots women. When they form that group, this is the group that is going to help in addressing these issues. So the grassroots women, what we did was to see that this woman remains in her home, because when she goes out of that home, she'll go and rent in a shop. when she rents in shops, the same family, they will go for her as a friend. So you will see that HIV and AIDS is being spread more than, in fact, what it was. So some of the issues is to see that this woman, we make the fall up of the land. We used to take the problem or the issues. First of all, if the community will not address the issue, we make sure that we take the case ahead in courts. And when they go to court, when we take this case, because this woman was lacking the guideline, where is she supposed to go? So we lead her in court to go to legal rights. And then what we used to do is to see that these other grassroots women, we follow her even up to in court, so that when this case starts, the women are there standing with this woman.
Sure.
And then the magistrate will look at that and see there is something going on. So we made it very powerful in that when she comes in, we all enter that court. When she goes out, we are moving out, but now we shall go back also to ask in a place where we want to know, this case is taking too long.
All right.
And this woman is the right woman of this land. So we want her to own her land.
Yes,
her
to
land.
own her
So
land.
that's part of the issue, and that's why we have women land rights. And we still address those issues. The only challenge is that the cases take too long in courts. But most women, as he had talked, that how do you know that you are doing the work? We map the lands and the women that are being affected, and because they know the movement, they have to reach us. Some reach us and some we reach them.
All right. Okay.
That's how we address our issues. Yes.
All right. This morning we're talking with Esther Mwaura Moiro as the founder of Roots Kenya, as well as Alice Isoyi, who's a land rights champion and county coordinator in Kakamega County. And we're looking at, those issues at the grassroots that have connected women over the last many years, over the last 30 years. And we'll take a break and come back and look at, are we still seeing the same issues that affected women 30 years ago still affecting them today? It's 24 minutes to 8 o'clock. We continue with this conversation right after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
And cloudy conditions in Nairobi. It's sunny at 16 in Nakuru and sunny at 15 in Nyeri. The sun is up at 15 looking into Eldoret, while at 27 it's sunny in Mombasa. Sunny conditions at 27 in Malindi. 20 and a sunny morning in Kisumu, while at 20 it's partly sunny. We'll go to highs of 33 in Kakamega, and into Kampala at 20, mostly sunny with sunny conditions at 26 in Dar es Salaam. Into Johannesburg, it's cloudy at 17 with highs of 25, and Mogadishu is sunny at 27 and we'll go to highs of 31, while it's sunny at 15 in Addis Ababa. Lagos is cloudy at 28 with clear conditions at 25 in Kinshasa.
Spice FM. Spice up your life.
It's a busy morning and we're looking at some traffic coming off of Langata Road as we'll take you into the city this morning. So that's doing the whole rounds there. But then let's come back and look at what's coming off of Ngong Road then as you take the southern bypass and then head out towards all these interchanges. You're going to come out on Ngong Road. There's a lot of traffic, and even as you come in before that, as you get onto Gitanga Road and then out towards James Gishuru into Lavington and then out towards Wayakiwe, very busy traffic. As you just passed that Muga area of Wayakiwe, quite some traffic there, and there's a hold up there. It's a bumper to bumper. On the Thika Superhighway also coming in heavy from Githurai, quite a lot of bumper to bumper traffic here as well. So we are into traffic hour this Tuesday morning. Looks like it's going to be a busy one. Keep your wits about. You're going to need them today. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
conversations continue this morning, and we're looking at, connecting women at the grassroots, and some of those grassroots issues that we looked at when you started off. I mean, some of the things that you talk about, Esther, was that, there are issues of, not having proper sanitation and how it affected women, not having access to your land rights in the case that your beloved, had passed on. You don't have access to capital to start a business, or not able to take your children to school. Those were issues that affect everybody, but then affected women at a great scale. Today in 2025, are we looking at the same issues that were there that took women to Beijing in 1995?
They manifest differently. Issues manifest differently. If you think when we were going to Beijing, China, it was very unlikely you would find women in the community that understand how policies are formulated in this country. And we do know how policies are formulated, and a lot of many community leaders do know now, from planning to budgeting to the entire budget cycle, because it's an investment we've done. But unfortunately, the problem is corruption. We have significant corruption that has made it almost impossible to make gain of the investments that we are making. And I think that is how the things have mutated. Before, you wouldn't have a woman who've not gone to school come back to school, go up to Form 4. She dropped in Classic, go to Form 4, and is able to become a chief. Now we do have them who are members of the administration in the government. At least Groots Kenya has hundreds of them that have been appointed and employed as chiefs in this country. I think the problem is that also in the sense when we were going to study sociology, economics in the university, we'd been taught about this is where you go to provide service to the people. It was like being a nun. I remember because I went to Catholic school. We were oriented, if you wanted to do community development, it's closer to being a nun, where you're serving the community. We've so much professionalized the work that it is what he was saying, big words, and many of the people go to school so that they can be employed by the NGOs, because that is where money is. And that alone has been very difficult to orient the people coming to the industry in many times. What does transformation mean? So it's harder work to get people who are coming from university to actually work with the likes of Alice from point A and work with them to point Z or to point P.
Why is it difficult?
Because I think the way our system of education has mutated is that people are going just to study to get money. You're not inspired to go and change lives.
Let me pause you for a second. Before we get educated, we belong to families.
Yes.
And most of the learning that takes place, non-formal, is in our homes. Are we saying that the foundation that is laid in our homes are so fragile that the education system that we then encounter completely obliterates it, so that the value systems that people are taught? Or are we saying that we no longer teach value systems in the homes that children belong to?
I think you have to also understand how the education system in Kenya has changed. Before, when I went to school, some of us who went up to Form 6, all of us it didn't matter which village you came from, you had an opportunity to go to university. Today, after the academies, we already had a big divide. So those communities where you're saying we were oriented about working with poverty, there was a big group of people that didn't come, that were part of the poverty, that were edged out of the education in this country because they were not part of the academic school. There was a group that lost that. So the people who understood these things you're talking about, they didn't go to school. Then you have these our own children, my own children, who are brought up in the academy school, they're the ones who have the opportunity to go. They've never interacted with poverty. And then you are sending them to Kakamega to work with Aris, and they are not oriented to that. Is what has helped them to go to school, or why they want to go to school is because they are pursuing unemployment. It's not because they are pursuing a change that they have experienced. It's a whole different sector now.
I hear you to be confessing and saying that our social system has collapsed.
Completely.
Because
completely.
We didn't have academies because I was of that older group that went to Form 5 and 6, where jobs would look for you after Form 2, Form 4. University, some of us, I had a letter where I was supposed to work before I finished my exams. I say this because there was a time when children were inducted into the rural homes that their parents came from. You may live in town, but literally every holiday you were at home. So you never really lost touch with where your roots were. So we are saying that in this modern time, that isn't the case. So the disconnect has continued to grow. Because even if you are in some, as Ndu likes putting some hoity-toity school, where you speak English through your nose, you are inducted into the rural life, or you will not escape it. Because you will understand with great intimacy. Because when you go to the rural life, what do? You live the way other
people live. You're not going to import some.
No, you will do exactly what everybody else does.
Rome.
1, 2, you'll speak the language of that community.
Yes.
Now.
But as this was changing, remember, poverty is growing. So a critical mass of people are living in poverty, and they've been edged out.
Actually, what you say is true, but it connects with what I'm saying. The socialization that we speak of endeared one into understanding that you needed to look after your parents and you needed to look after your relatives. You needed to. So the moment that changed, then what you're saying became a reality.
So then, Alice, you see, you interact with these situations every day, one would assume, right? What are we looking at in terms of a situation that we are saying that people are still going through today that needs attention?
I think these issues, can you repeat the question?
What are the problems that people are still facing today?
Problems that are still there are the gender-based violence.
Those are the two now that you had mentioned before.
Yes.
Okay.
People still have a challenge in implementation of policies. Number 2, the way the duty bearers or the office of the where we need to take our cases. For example, in the police. Even though we work with them, but now you find out that there are times you can take a child who has been defiled, they need a P3, or a woman who has been raped, they say you have to pay some money. And now when you are there with this policeman, when they need money so that they give you a P3, and you don't have the money, you are just passionate to see that you take this lady who has been raped to go for treatment. So you are following the right channels. So when you reach because in the health facility, they will tell you to go for P3 because the doctor will need to write in that P3. This police says the payment is 1,000. Maybe you have had 3 women who have these cases. Now, where do I get money?
3,000.
Me, the 3,000. Now we stand and look at each other with the person, with the survivor. The survivor has nothing. If yesterday I got some little money, we make it and we sacrifice. We are passionate about it. But then you see, it will take time for me maybe to, when I call another responder, she might say, Alice, I have only 300. Now you see, we now do something like fundraising to see that this woman gets that the P3. I take her to the health facility so that this issue can now be addressed before the perpetrator is arrested.
You see, Alice, and I think this is a very timely conversation, by the way. On the 7th of March is a Women's International Day. But yeah. But, I laughed because, Citi's sitting right next to you and, pointing at him. That was a bit funny. But now let's talk about this. You talked about the justice system, let alone the police. There's a procedure to it. And I'm very, very particularly curious on your legal representation. Because you say when the woman gets into the court, you walk in with her in support when she goes out. But how is your legal representation? Is it pro bono representation? Are there firms like the, Feeder Women? Who stands with you in legal representation? Is it pro bono? Where do you get the finances to stand with these women?
We have the pro bono. We have Roots Kenya, who has who gave us a lady, a lawyer, who just support legal advice. You go like this, go like that, and she also could stand with us in court to see that these issues are also addressed. Yes. Yeah. And the women themselves also support each other. We support each other.
All right.
To see that maybe our problem are reduced. Yes.
I think about some of these things sometimes, and I hear comments and I hear, opinions, Esther, and people say, well, okay, fine. You went to Beijing in 1995. You had a stab at this. I mean, for crying out loud, thousands of women came together, had a meeting, and said, okay, we've got to move on from one place to the next. And we said, fine. But 30 years down the line, and even with interventions that have been made at national level, local level, community level, we still have situations whereby women who have been abused have to pay for a form that would be free, number one, have to look to raise money to sort out a situation that they did not bring onto themselves. And we still are asking the question today that, why are you women still making so much noise about this thing? See, we know you are equal. You're there. You bear children. You do. Why are we still making...
Who's asking the question?
There are many people who make comments that why do we still fight for equality? Everybody should just do what they need to do. Why do we still... why are you still fighting for these issues? You're making too much noise. We can understand that women are there, but you're there. We can see you, Alice. We can see you, Esther. We can see you. We can see that... Just keep quiet and continue. I know why we need to keep making noise, but I need to hear it from you that if 30 years down the line, that a woman who's been raped can go to a police station and somebody asks you to give money for a form that a doctor needs to fill to treat you, I say we're still in the pit.
Yeah, because we have not been able to focus on our priority in development. It is so easy anytime there is an issue that has risen to set up a commission. A commission is an institutional framework. It is so easy to set up a committee to develop a policy. And that is where we've concentrated. But we've not implemented what we have already. And there are reasons why we are not investing in implementation of what we've developed. And that's why we are not making progress. Because just like we were saying, the disconnect with our socialization and our education system, the political system nowadays is so far away from the people's issues. And the problem is that they know how to articulate these issues better than we do know how to articulate them. But they have no commitment and political will to actually implement policies and put the resources into the work that will deal with these issues. So you have these grassroots women on the ground who have formed all these community processes and community responses. And in a number of times they are working in isolation from critical political systems that should be supporting them. And we are not actually building on this, on what we know works. For example, I would say, when she talked about the community-led watchdog groups, the community-led watchdog groups, the best thing it did was actually to prevent disinheritance. What the community, the people who are in the community watchdog groups would do is really have their feelers in the community and see in a family, because like we talked about socialization and having these connectivities among the family, you'd almost tell a family that is up to disinherit a woman before this is done. And so these community watchdog group members would go to actually the barrio committees and invited in the various committees in the village, and they would make sure that the woman was integrated in the discussion. That would make it almost impossible. But because the system at that time wasn't very supportive, it only ended up there. But luckily we had this justice, was it Mutunga, who came as the Chief Justice. Willy Mutunga. And he looked at this kind of practices, and that was why alternative dispute resolution mechanisms bought and drew from such processes. We contributed a lot in the development of the alternative dispute resolution mechanisms in this country, drawing from the work the community-led watchdog groups have done. And that is what I am saying, the implementing and drawing from the solutions that we've done. And then secondly is the land issues. We are very passionate about the land issues. Right now where I work, I'm the global women's, the global advocacy director for women's land rights. We are very, very, very passionate about. Because land is not only a productive asset. As women, it's our heritage. The minute you remove me from the land that I call this is where I belong, you have actually destroyed my heritage. So it's my heritage, and therefore I have to own it. But it's also a productive resources. So when I don't remember his name, he was the PS, and we were implementing the constitution, and we were setting up guidelines for setting up the land boards, the community land boards in the community. One of the criteria that the permanent secretary had written was that you must show you own land for you to be part of the community land board. And the women on groups came to Nairobi to the Ministry of Land. And they told the PS, you are building a problem over another problem. First of all, we've been disinherited of our land. Land, we are not written in the titles. So you're telling us we cannot be a part of the land board, and it had to be deleted. So there is a lot of progress we've made, but we've not been consistent. That's the problem. And the investment is going in the wrong way.
Esther, surely you have partners who help you with this work. I know, I started off by saying I know about Groots because one of your partners called Kellen.
Yes.
I used to consult for Kellen at some point, so I know what they did. Some of this work you can't do alone. So my question is, who are the partners who help Groots in areas like the technical, legal things? Well, I've mentioned Kellen, they do that because they do look at legal, ethical issues, and they are big on these inheritance things as well. What other groups do you associate with and do you partner with to see this?
So, all the women's rights organization in Kenya.
All.
We work with CRU. I hope you know CRU. We work a lot with CRU. We work a lot with Kellyn. We work a lot with the FIDA. FIDA has been our primary go-to person when it came to legal representation. Yes. In fact, they would actually put a lawyer in places where we needed support. So and actually that's the beauty of the women movement, not just about groups. The women movement is so tight in this country in how they collaborate. People think that we compete, but we are very tight in how we collaborate. Right now, the work we are doing with the big work with the Mastercard Foundation, with several organizations. It's not just groups, but it's really supporting thousands of women in terms of responding to GBV. It is supporting a lot of women in terms and young people in terms of working on elevating young people and getting But for me, the civil society is not our primary partners. And that's the primary partner is the women. Once these women have been given even the paralegal training.
Yeah.
Because that is one big investment where we've done with like Legal Resource Foundation. Once you give them the legal foundation and empower them, then they're able to represent themselves.
So coming together this week, in a very short time, this is Women's Week, and then culminating in International Women's Day. Women are coming together again to celebrate, 30 years of this work. What is that and where and how will that go through?
International Women's Day, we will celebrate the International Women's Day on the 7th it's actually on the 8th. 8th. But a lot of work will happen on the 7th because 8th is on a Saturday. But there is a lot to celebrate. And as women, and you said that one of the issues that we are struggling is because the same problems that we dealt with that are still reigning. But I would say we've made a lot of progress. Even just having UN women as an entity from being uniform was a lot of work that was done, plus with the women in this country. Yeah. Having at least how many governors, women? Seven governors. That's so much progress. I know it is not yet even at that, but it's so much progress. 22 people.
Yeah.
In 22 countries, you have women that can participate and men. We have a big group called Men Champions for Women's Leadership.
Yeah.
Beautiful. They are very, very strong because when it comes to campaign, because Roots Kenya also interface with the political system, and we have what we call champions for transformative leadership, some of the women that are vying for political spaces, and men are very supportive. So we are celebrating what we have gained.
And it's great that we do, and now taking this time to commemorate that as well, but then hoping that the work that is done does continue. Esther Wairimu has been our guest this morning, the founder of Roots Kenya, as well as Alice Isoi, the land rights champion and county coordinator for Kakamega County. Thank you both for being here this morning. It's been a pleasure to talk with you, and we continue these conversations into the future. Asante Sana. It's 8:01.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. The government's ambitious 104.8 billion shilling Social Health Authority, or SHA, has faced intense scrutiny after Auditor General Nancy Gathungu revealed that despite massive public investment, the state neither owns nor controls the system. The report raises serious concerns about the government's decision to proceed with the project without first establishing ownership of the system's infrastructure and intellectual property. It means that Kenyans' data and the SHA system, which manages financial contributions and payments from health facilities in the country, are being run by non-Kenyans. The Auditor General's report states that this situation is putting public finances and the delivery of health services at risk. Furthermore, it has been found that the SHA contract was not awarded by the government in accordance with the legal process. Instead, it was awarded to a direct contractor through a scheme that violates Article 227, Clause 1 of the Constitution. Police are searching for a woman who's among 5 others aged between 40 and 42 who've died after a private gold mine collapsed in Ramba's area, Siaya County. County Police Commander Sarah Koki says the women were mining gold when the mine caved in on them and buried them alive. The bodies of Millicent Akinyi, Matilda Obura, Viola Onyango, Caroline Atieno and Catherine Awino were retrieved and taken to Bondo Sub-County Hospital mortuary after 3 hours of search and rescue operations. 4 former senior Nyamira County officials will today be arraigned in court for alleged abuse of office in the recruitment and appointment of 56 staff members in the Department of Gender, Youth, Culture and Social Services. The suspects arrested by ESCC are currently being held at Kisii Central Police Station. ESCC says the officials allegedly orchestrated the irregular hiring of 56 officers in a process marred by influence peddling, corruption, nepotism and clanism. Investigations revealed that some of the positions filled were neither sanctioned by the county cabinet nor accounted for in the budget for the 2016-2017 financial year. Detectives are examining mobile phones, several SIM cards and transactions involving money transfers following the mysterious murder of British national Campbell Scott. 2 suspects, Alex Mutua and Albanas Mutinda, will remain in custody for another 21 days after Magistrate Lucas Onyina issued the order when they appeared in court. The prosecution says preliminary investigations have shown that the 2 suspects attempted to withdraw money from the late Scott's phone while in Nairobi, Voi and Mombasa. The court was also informed that Scott was taken to suspect Mutua's house in Pipeline, Nairobi, where it's believed he was tortured to death before his body was sealed in a sack and dumped in a bush in Makueni County.
I have also considered the submissions made by the prosecution counsel and the response by the first respondent. From the contents of the supporting affidavit and the submissions made, the application meets the requirements of Section 36A of the Criminal Procedure Code. The first respondent and the second respondent to be held in police custody at Capitol Hill Police Station and Kilimani Police Station, respectively.
A third suspect, who is believed to be the main suspect in the murder of the billionaire businessman, was arrested yesterday in Mombasa. The case will be mentioned on the 21st of this month. Children as young as 1 have been raped by armed men during the conflict in Sudan. The UN said, condemning it as a horror that should shock everyone to their core. Gender-based violence services providers in Sudan recorded some 221 cases of child rape since the beginning of 2024. Of those cases, 66% of the survivors were girls and 33% were boys. There were 16 survivors under the age of 5, including 4 who were as young as 1. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, taking a look at what's going on with traffic at a few minutes after 8 o'clock indeed. Coming into the city off the Thika Superhighway has been busy all morning, and off the jump on Kangunda Road, touching on Outer Ring, that has been busy as well. Landis Road has been crazy because folks are trying to get, all sorts of places all over the country. Coming off of Jogoo Road, that's going to be busy for a minute. And then right around towards Kamkunji, we're going to see some traffic here this morning. Gong Road, busy. Also looking at traffic coming off of Wairemu Way and getting towards the CBD. We're going to keep an eye on this and you're going to help us. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, #The Situation Room.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
With politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 8 after 8. It's the 4th of March and it's Tuesday. Many things happening at the same time in terms of dates. As we get into the conversation for this hour, we're going to be looking at whether a solution that has been given is actually answering the problem that was raised. And we're going to do that in a short while. But Veto FX is doing some fantastic stuff for cross-border payments for businesses. Whether it's a small business, whether it is a medium business, or whether it is a large business, cross-border payments are actually happening in a way that you don't have to worry about whether it's going to show up, if your payment is going to land. Are you going to worry about whether it's going to be too expensive? Are you going to worry about whether there are hidden charges? Well, you don't have to worry about that with Veto FX anymore. All you have to do basically is sit back and be sure that if you're going to interact in whatever country, 190 plus, check. Are you going to worry about currencies? You don't have to, because 49 currencies, check. You can change money from here to the next on this platform and be sure that if your money is supposed to get from here to Kathmandu, where is Kathmandu?
It's somewhere near Nepal.
Okoh.
Those sides of near the Himalayas.
Thank you very much.
It actually exists.
It does.
Yes, it does.
Oh.
Just like Timbuktu exists.
In Mali.
Timbawa?
Timbuktu.
Not Timboroa.
Timbuktu.
Exactly. It's actually a town, a city.
Oh,
it
nice.
was one of the major trade centers in Africa.
And one of the major scholarly learning centers for the Islamic religion.
I mean, younger people need to watch this and listen to this Situation Room. Me, I'm learning a lot. Timbuktu. Sorry, got it.
And I haven't even mentioned to you the capital of Burkina Faso.
I know. Omo. Omo Gugodu. But it's starts with an O, right?
Ouagadougou.
Oh, yeah, Ouagadougou, yeah.
Yeah.
You see, I was close.
No,
So you see?
You mumbled your way to it.
You did something, that's for sure. You almost said
You
Omugo.
actually had an idea which was good.
So, so still with Veto FX.
This is what I'm talking about. You see all these cities that we've talked about, Kathmandu, Timbuktu, Ouagadougou. You know what happens? If you have a business in Ouagadougou, if you have one in Kathmandu, if you have one in Timbuktu in Mali, and what Veto FX is saying is, you know what? You don't have to worry. We can sort you out proper. 1, 2, 3, go. You want to find out more information about this? Go to www.vetofx.com. And now that you're dropping some diamonds in the rough, CT,
it's really very simple. Simple in the sense that when a solution is available, the simplicity is determined by you, whether you will simply go and determine whether it is suitable for you and how you can interact with it, or ignore it. That's the simplicity of it. Now, the simplicity on our end is to tell you and give you the sort of details that you need to know ahead of you going to find out for yourself. 1, Diamond Trust Bank exists. 2, Diamond Trust Bank have a mortgage plan. 3, Diamond Trust Bank is saying that mortgage is for people who are self-employed, those who are employed by others, and those who are in the diaspora. 3, Diamond Trust Bank is saying we offer an interest rate of 9% if you take a 10-year mortgage, 9.75 if you take a mortgage for 25 years. And they're saying if you are employed, you will be able to get a mortgage of up to 105%. On the other hand, if you're in the diaspora, you will be able to get a mortgage of up to 80%. And they're saying, look, we do not have these hidden charges that we keep hearing people talking about. Neither will we penalize you if you pay ahead of the schedule that has been laid out, if indeed you do qualify and indeed you do get a mortgage. However, do a little walking, okay? Get up, let your feet walk to any Diamond Trust Bank branch, or let your fingers do the walking. Mortgages at dtbafrica.com, and you will get the information you require.
There you go. So, Dorice, you have all the information that you need as you're buying that house. You know, we can accompany, and then when you finish, you get a cup of tea. Sawa?
Don't worry, housewarming.
That goes without saying.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
Just don't come with Titi, though.
See, you will already be there.
No, Titi's not coming.
To your housewarming?
No, he's not.
Why?
Because he's giving me the information. He will come after.
On his own.
On his own.
This is how we started this day. You see the way people started this day before 5 o'clock. That's how we're not going to finish them.
It's not even that. Nani, get the house, huh?
Get the house first.
I am getting the house.
Then we'll have this conversation.
Not in a broad-based way.
This after coming before the house and after the house. Forget that. You get the house.
DTV will help you.
I'm in the process.
Get the house. And take the 25-year mortgage.
Guys,
Thanks, City.
1 million people get into the job market every year. You know this? And not all those million have the skills that they need to either start the job or start a business. So KCB Foundation saw this gap and said, you know what? We have to do something about this. And they came up with the 2G Agri program. What the 2G Agri program does is that it connects young people who don't have the skills to a training program. They finish the training program in 6 months, and then they go on to connect them with a job or start them off in a business that's going to help them move things along. So the 2G Agri program so far has benefited 155,000 young people between those ages, and it has given out loans of 267 million shillings to start people off and give them the much needed boost to be able to start their business. It has connected people with work opportunities and made sure that the life that they were in before is not the same when they get on the other side of it. So you can too. Connect on www.kcbgroup.com/foundation. So those are the things that we talk about day on day that will definitely make a difference in people's lives. We will be having a conversation as soon as she gets here with Suba Member of Parliament, Millie Odhiambo. She'll be here and we're going to be talking about this injection that we are being given. Is it actually treating the problem that was shared in the first place? And I'm going to make the connect even as we get into that conversation with something that Esther Moura said. She said, you know what, sadly, political systems are far and the solutions that they bring are far from the people's interests. That you may think that what you're doing is the answer to what you see as the problem. But for the majority of the people who are watching you, sadly, their interests are far removed from the solutions that you're giving. And I think that's one of the things that we will bring up when we have that conversation with Millie Odhiambo as soon as she gets here. On the front page of Kenya's Bold newspaper today was the story about Ruto doublespeak. And even as we get into that really briefly, is it doublespeak when he says that, in July 2024, look, this thing that you people are doing of using state resources to go out and give people money has got to come to an end. We're not doing it anymore. And I believe the quote was, all non-essential travel by state and public officers is hereby suspended. No state officer and public servant shall participate in public contributions or harambes henceforth. This is what he said.
And that includes him?
That includes him. He is the premier. He's the premier state officer in the country.
Yes.
Now, July to November, July, August, September, October, November. It's 5 months. Okay? 5 months later, he said, well, guys, whenever we give, we do it to God.
Yeah.
I've been trying to find where it is written in the Bible, but he's hard pressed to find it. He says, because I am an ardent reader and I've not read it, or maybe he's still trying to find it, that when you give to God, it is returned by the bishops. Kitu kama hiyo. That was in November. And then November, December, January, February, March, just 4 months later, we then saw that the president was giving out, a donation of 20 million shillings and a pledge of 100 million to build a church in Nairobi. So the subhead here was that President Ruto's stance on public fundraising has taken a curious turn. Months after banning harambes for state officers, he now leads multi-million shilling church donations, having recently pledged 120 million shillings to a city church. As criticism mounts, the defiance grows, insisting his contributions are of a divine duty. So the question is, with this edict that was given out that no state officer shall do 1, 2, 3, is it different now, or has it taken on a different stance? Or should he have said that things of God notwithstanding, if you go to donate money to a church, or you go to donate to a mosque, or you go to donate to a temple, or, etc., in that case, then we will allow you to make those donations. Otherwise, we ban them. If it's the things of God, then it's okay. Because, hard pressed to find a place where it's not allowed. Is it really doublespeak, or is he allowed to do as he wishes?
Or are you allowed to doublespeak?
Or is he allowed to doublespeak? Are you allowed to doublespeak, or are you allowed to change your mind just 4 months later?
Or are you allowed, because it's just human, to change your mind?
Look, when is it that the pronouncement of the president is taken as simply a vocalizing and an amplifying a legal statute, and when is it that the president is actually proferring an opinion? Then that raises the question, is the president allowed to just give his personal opinion on things? Yes, he is. These freedoms. Is he allowed to speak? Yes, he is allowed to speak. Is he allowed to say the things on his mind? Yes, allowed. It is a right that is given to everybody in the country. So who is it who turns what the president says into law? So he says one thing. How does it become the law? Because you said...
Before we get into that law conversation, let's also just paint the picture, the context. It's different, City. We're just sitting here and giving an opinion. Lives were lost when the Gen Zs went out to protest, against the... calling out for accountability. It wasn't just some, walk along, or procession through the CBD. It was crazy. All right? There were issues that were serious, the kids that were shot. The president wouldn't come up to give a State of the Nation address to try and solve these issues just as an opinion. Even if it would not engraved in law. This was a serious situation. We're not just calling him to say, hi, Prez, how you doing? This was a series of protests by the Gen Z, calling out and invoking articles of integrity and accountability. Lives lost, let alone the former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua speaking in Mombasa after, even invoking, institutions like NIS. It's not a matter of coming out to give an opinion and changing your mind later, even if it's not law.
Whereas I agree with you wholeheartedly, Dorice, we also need to look at the reality of what happens in a politician's mind, or actually in a human being's mind, when something as monumental as the protest that happened on the 25th of June happened. I looked at the pictures just the other day, and those crowds were phenomenal. The number of people who entered into the streets, the things that happened, the blood that was shed, the people who were injured, the lives that were lost, the capturing of Parliament, the destruction, the wanton destruction, the agony that sat for days later, the agony that sits in the minds of people until today, people whose children went missing after the protest, people whose children turned up dead after that many months later. It is enough for anybody to stand up and say something out of raw emotion, including the president himself. Was it an edict? Yes, it was. Was it in law? I'm yet to see a document about that. But this is 10 days after the protest, when he was still reeling from the emotional, what you want to call it, a letdown of what he went of the onslaught. Do you remember the position that he was in on the day 25th of June, that day when he came and made a statement at about 9 p.m. at night and talked about the things that happened as a result of the protest? He was still reeling from that emotion come the 5th of July, which was less than 10 days later. He was. So it's very possible for you to say anything about emotion, to say that in fact this is one of the things that the people of Kenya are crying about, so you know what, we're going to ban them. Do you think he meant it? If just 10 months later you're giving 120 million shillings, do you think that it was something that he was going to stick by if he could change it so quickly? Or was he reeling from emotion on that particular day? Because it was one of the things that was on the list that came about from the protest, that all this money people are passing around. Yeah. Where is it coming from? Austerity measures have to be serious.
Exactly.
Be taken seriously.
Yes.
So it's very possible that those sentiments came out as a result of the emotional push and pressure that was being felt at the time. I said, okay, in fact, we're going to ban it. No, but then do you really?
What happens?
Did we see a stoppage?
Emotional intelligence. A leader must have emotional intelligence. Don't tell me you're emotive at the time. It was reactionary.
No. What Ndu is saying is she's bringing in the human element and the reality of the human element in our conversations. The things we say, but many of them are just that, they're things we say. The pronouncement of any president, unless it's an executive order, can influence policy. It most certainly can. It can even sway the practicability of the law, but it is not the law. There is a legal process in this country by which laws are made. Bills, that whole process, okay? If that isn't enacted, then it isn't the law. And you must see it for what it is. Executive actions are just that, executive actions. And why is it that people then go to court? Because you're challenging that process and saying, why are we treating this thing as though it's a law? The humanity that any human being in any leadership position has, if an honest conversation has to be had, has to be considered when we are trying to dissect the goings on and the statements that people make. And there are statements that people make if they're politicians, and you must understand them to be political statements. It is something that is being said in the spur of the moment, especially if there's a crowd. When there's a crowd, the need to influence a crowd has very little to do with facts. It has to do with appealing to their emotions.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So now, the Attorney General was directed by the President, let me just give you that, to prepare and submit legislation to the effect of what we're talking about and develop a mechanism for structured and transparent contribution for the public, charitable and philanthropic purposes. In fact, there was this particular conversation around the public fundraising appeal bill. All right, now that's where we should be at, because at some point, the Attorney General was directed to legislate this.
We actually had in our constitution, before it was bastardized, guidelines that were supposed to guide us as to one, political campaign contributions.
Yes.
That was scrapped in the Uhuru government's tenure.
The 12th Parliament.
Uhuru government's tenure, there were limits that had been set as to how much you could spend. There's what you could do. These were laid out. We had it. They were removed. Okay? There's the morality part of our constitution. Is it chapter 6?
Yes, it is.
That we keep talking about.
Integrity.
It talked about many of these things. It was watered down so that what became now the law were vague things that you're never really quite sure, what it is that you need to. And in that vagueness, you go to court to seek interpretation. So I'm simply saying this, that when someone says something and they're the head of state, they must be called out and told, we can't have you vacillating like this, because you sway opinions and people feel you're not taking a stand on something we consider serious. Yes, indeed. But we cannot have an honest conversation if we don't look at all these aspects that contribute to somebody saying what they're saying.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because even so, those were watered down. But there are other acts as well. Let me just quote the words of Felix Koskei. All public officers are required to adhere to the highest standards of ethical conduct and to secure their strict compliance with the directive, as well as compliance by all officers under the supervision, direction or control. And Koskei said this in upholding the national principles and values of governance as enshrined in Article 10 of the Constitution and various laws, including the Public Officers Ethics Act, the Public Service Commission Code of Conduct and Ethics, and the Public Collections Act.
Good for Felix.
So
how's that working out for Felix?
No, it should.
Since he made the pronouncement.
Is it supposed to be working for Felix?
It is,
all
because
of us?
if he pronounces it, given his position, should he then not ensure that it is actually actioned?
Followed through by everybody,
including the president.
Absolutely.
But of course, we don't have a monarchy. There's nobody who's above the law in this country. So, or was he telling us that was meant for a specific number of people, groups of people, and not necessarily the highest office in the land? Thank you for highlighting it, Felix. Now let's see how it works.
Everybody must be bound by it, and that's something that we all must take into consideration at all times.
And everybody should be held to account for what they say.
Absolutely.
Or should we give exceptions to a few people?
Not you. Well, we're getting into the conversation that we, have scheduled for this hour, and Suba North Member of Parliament, Bad Girl Millie of Yambo, is here this morning. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I am
and
well.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
We would have hoped that you would have been here at 8 o'clock, Mweshimiwa.
And I sent my apologies. I make it very, you were talking, I think, about ethics and integrity and stuff. Mm-hmm. I make it very open that I'm not a morning person.
You've said this
so
before.
I struggle. I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what we have here is a success story. She's here and it's morning.
It's morning.
Yes.
It's still morning.
So
I'm trying. One of my goals is to try and be earlier. Do better morning-wise. But it's a struggle. Well, I was just born that way.
We are glad to see you either way.
Yes.
And, a number of things to discuss this morning. And we're glad that you joined us in that conversation, that you've joined us for this conversation. But we're going to welcome you really quickly with today's proverb. Siti will share that with you. And then you can tell us how you would interpret that. Okay.
We are in the land of honest people, Burkina Faso.
Yes.
If the shade does not reach the goat will seek the shade.
If the shade doesn't reach the goat,
the goat will seek the shade. It's a bit of a tongue twister given where I come from.
Well, I guess it's kind of what Gen Zs did. Yeah. I think.
You think?
Well, multiple of different things, but like what Gen Z did is a good trying to reach the shade. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You find it. You find your way somehow, isn't it?
Yeah, you find your way somewhere.
Okay.
Somehow.
A lot of things have been happening. Thank you for sharing your interpretation of that. A lot of things have been happening, and there are things that would already take the country to fever pitch right now. But let's take a few steps back, and just to hear what your thoughts are around, a broad-based government. It would appear that when the broad-based government was formed, that it was an answer to the interests that a lot of the people in Kenya were saying something needs to be done about the position in which we were in. Do you think the broad-based government was a panacea to these issues, Millie?
Well, let me correct your statement. The broad-based government was not formed. There is no, legally, we don't have a broad-based government.
So what is it?
We actually have some kind of cooperation. And I think I've said it before, even on the floor of the House. And more recently, even when we were meeting, as ODMers, that's what we said. There is no broad-based government, in the way that you're saying it. But we have a cooperation with the government. Right now, there are negotiations for a possible then broad-based government. And if you listen to me when we are talking about majority, minority, I said there's broad, but there is no base.
There's no base.
That shows the nature of, the amorphous nature that I'm speaking to. And when you have that kind of amorphous natures, then the kind of questions you're asking are likely to arise.
For sure.
As I'm coming up here, I've seen on your escalator, you have a very nice, not governance, but employee empowerment thing on your escalator. And you're saying you move from here to there to there. You have very clear goalposts about what you can measure on employee satisfaction and all that. If I were to measure the success, say, of the broad-based government, I measure it against what goalpost?
Okay.
There's none.
So let me ask then, what was the point of a cooperation in government? Because this cooperation, as it were, came in directly after the protests, where there was clamor, there was call for change this, change that. And then we saw this cooperation now start to morph into what it kind of is today. Was it an answer?
I think what we have is a situation where I would say you see a child about to grab a burning fire. As a parent, you don't say, let us see how we are going to educate this child about the pros and cons of touching fire. You first remove the child. And then after you remove the child, then you say, okay, now let's come in and discuss about how we can train this child about not touching fire.
Right.
So what we did at that point, and I'm sure if you remember, there was a lot of back and forth about even how our CSS got into government. You know there are two dimensions about them going in on their own without the party blessings. And after going in on their own, then the party now said, okay, but it was really on the nature of the circumstances then, that you had a Gen Z revolution, they got going to the shade. And then what happened is we asked a question, what next?
Yes.
Yeah, and I remember for me, because it's not in secret that I was supporting the Gen Zs and what they were doing, because the country was going really completely off. And so when the Gen Zs did this, for me, I really loved it for two reasons. One reason is that they were basically raising the same things that our party has raised over the years on governance. But our party was always being, told it's ethnic, it's, we're branded with a whole lot of things. But then now you suddenly have a new generation who are saying they are tribeless, and they're only concerned about, governance issues, raising the same issues. But after they did all this, it actually morphed into totally something else. Some other people, hijacked. I was in parliament. I can tell you for a fact that the people that I saw in parliament, some of them were not Gen Zs. They were people who had ulterior motives, and they came in, and then the next day you had military all over the country. So what do? Do you, as a leader, stand by and say, let's wait and see? Or do you come in and help to stabilize? And those are one of the most difficult situations in leadership.
Sure,
because you are caught between a rock and a hard place. Because at that point, as a party, what we wanted was for the president to be out. But then we said, okay, how?
Yeah.
And then what? There was no answer to how and what.
I'm still trying. I'm so hard pressed, and I think that you may be too at that point.
Yes.
Where we were trying to see then how the inclusion of certain individuals then in government was an answer to these issues that you talk about that were being raised. That if we're seeing Gen Z on the street, and like you said, you were supportive. You understood, and you actually stood in line, and you saw the issues as well. How was now bringing in generals of this ODM party into government an answer to these issues that took Gen Z to the street? Do you see there was an answer?
I can't tell you that it was an answer. But it was when you have malaria and you have a fever and somebody gives you Panadol, the fever will go down.
For today, maybe.
But malaria is still there.
Right.
So yes, we ODM generals being invited in was Panadol to malaria, and it reduced the fever. But that doesn't mean, I think I would be from us if I cheated you and said that there aren't problems. There are problems, and the problems need to be sorted. We need to be very honest as a country about the way we deal with the issues that are emerging. Even when I am in this loose cooperation, even as a minority whip, I will say that there are problems, and there are some that you can see from our addressing. I may not tell you, but there are some we address off cameras, and you can see some changes, but there's still a lot. So for me, yes, we started off with the Panadol, and we've started with the dose of malaria, but malaria has a time span when, for you to get well.
All right.
Yes. And so for me, actually,
or
it's
to get
a journey.
sicker.
No, you can get sicker. If you're on medication, you can get better.
Okay.
But sometimes you get cerebral malaria before then you get a drip and then you get better. So it could be, I don't know the trajectory, but for sure there are problems. And I would want to encourage even people in KK government, do not try to say there are no problems, because it annoys Kenyans when you say there are no problems. There are problems. But when there are problems, you sort it out. I've just come from my constituency, and I went to this beach. And when I went there, I found some women, when I was addressing people there, these women were like, don't talk to us. We are very mad. I'm like, why are you mad? They say, because there's a road here that's messed up. We don't know whether it's a county government or whether it's Kera, but we don't want to hear any leader now. And I told them, okay, I'm here. And I'm here because of those same issues, so that you can listen. There's a problem. So I think the other challenge you are facing, in Kijaluo, we say, you say Ogwang, you say something, I'm forgetting, but which means basically that when a wild whatever grabs your chicken, when a wildcat grabs your chicken, sometimes it's an issue of the chicken, and you blame both.
All right.
Because sometimes the chicken. So I think there's an element of we must be listening to each other.
All right.
Yeah.
I want to go back to the cooperation, because you said it's not broad-based. It's broad but not based. Now, I'm curious. You, when you came into, let me say Kenya Kwanza came into power, first it was, they did not actually legally win this,
yes,
seat.
And we've got
and
to court
Azimio
about
was,
it.
And you went to court about it. Then there was the majority-minority conversation. And now this same people that you want out, you are cooperating to save them or save the country? I just need clarity.
To save the country.
To save the country.
We cannot be cooperating.
Would it have been better if they were out? Because a lot of times we had, legislators allied to ODM, as you were saying, if you can't do the job, get out. But suddenly you're cooperating to make it work?
No, we are cooperating to make the country work.
Okay.
And sometimes, let me tell you what you need to understand. Honorable Jonet said something yesterday, even though he said it in a way that I wouldn't say it myself. Yeah? But let me rephrase what he said. And what I've learned in politics. I come from a civil society background. And for me, from a civil society background, things were either black or white. But in politics, there are gray areas. And in the gray areas, it means that sometimes you have to work with a person that you don't agree with in order for you to meet your ends or your goals. And sometimes, and that's why we didn't agree, for instance, with President Ruto, not as a person, but based on policy when we are actually going into elections. But we didn't agree with him because we also wanted to get power, because we thought our system and our style would take us far. But now he's in power, and he's facing challenges. And he's invited us, and we've said, okay, we can come to help you with the same agenda. And you listen to some of ADM people are very consistent. They are telling you we can't leave our values and principles behind as ODM. Because we came in, and just as I was coming in here, I was listening to the executive of our party on another radio. And he was talking about where the ODM has come from. And ODM came from the Orange movement, which was constitutional change. So we are about reform. And we can't lose that trajectory of reform and pro-people. That's what we're about. And guess what? Even the president came from ODM, right? So if he's having missteps as ODM, we probably there just to remind him where he came from. Yeah.
Mheshimiwa, let me ask the question. When ODM takes the path of, well, the noble path really, of going beyond what seems to be in the tongue of most people to support a government that is clearly crawling, is it to help change this particular government from within, or is it to replace it?
Well, we are coming in to cooperate. As of now, you do realize even our party leader is consulting. So you have actually jumped ahead of the consultation. Our consultation will then tell us whether are we cooperating with a name to replace, or are we cooperating to help this government because we think there is a possibility of changing. That is part of our consultation. But let me tell you what also, as politicians, there's a very young girl, I love these Gen Zs, why lie? There's a young girl who was, a young Kikuyu girl, who I saw on TikTok or something yesterday, advising Rigiji. And she was like, gosh, I don't know what's wrong with this guy. And she's saying, how do you talk about your strategy, about Gema, about Kikuyu, to the public? There are things you keep in the back. So let me tell you, even if we had a strategy, which we still don't have, don't expect me to come and tell you here. No, we won't. There are some political strategies. You can't put everything, because this is about power.
Some count you must put to your chest, essentially.
There are some you have to keep to your chest. So don't expect that there's a politician here that will come and tell you that now our strategy is to replace Ruto or to do blah, blah, blah. We are at the moment consulting. But should we even want to remove him, I'm telling you, we will not tell you.
You will not tell him or us. Look, you talked about two things, and it seems to be the clarion call or the chant that is very rife in Kenya today, and not just it's across political strata, it's across social strata, and that is the same thing that you mentioned: reform and pro-people. That it has to be that. Now, there's a lot of speculation at the moment. There's a lot of innuendo being spewed all over the place about what your party leader Raila Odinga will do when it comes to then a possible partnership with the president. And if anything, it screams that it would be anything but pro-people and reform, which is what ODM stands for. What is your thought about that speculation? I mean, for goodness sake, they were shaking hands just the other day.
What I can tell you is we have a beautiful constitution that allows you to speculate. And I remember when Robert Okoh died, I was in the university, and one of the people, the minister then I can't remember anyways, PS or whatever, told us, do not speculate. And I remember the first time I came out demonstrating, I had a chat saying, we must speculate. So we must speculate.
Must fill the hole with something.
Kenyans must speculate. It is healthy, it's acceptable. But the other thing I can tell you, if there is one politician that I give marks, is one Raila Amolo Odinga. It's very difficult to be a Raila Amolo Odinga. You are damned if you do, damned if you don't. If he doesn't support the government, he's blamed. If he supports the government, he's blamed. When he stays home, he was told direct to Bondo, he went to Bondo, he was blamed when things are good. He's gone to AU that has nothing to do with us. He loses, people are cheering and are happy that he has lost. So it's very difficult to be one Raila Amolo Odinga. So within that context of people speculating what our party leader is going to do and all that, I think it is in their place, it is in order, but our party will make a decision using a consultative process, just the way you are seeing us doing right now. Yeah.
Okay. Right. Yes. We must speculate. All right. Yeah. What is this thing I'm hearing?
Which
that you have demands that the NADCO report be fully implemented. Is it really? Because what I'm seeing is the Prime Minister position. I am seeing a number of things in the NADCO report that might be of benefit to your leader, Raila Odinga, in case everything goes right. Or is it this speculation, or is it?
Again, that is speculation because you can see we are consulting. But on the other hand, you know me, I shoot straight. And I'm telling you, I'm going back to the same thing that Junet said in a very...
in the way he said it.
In the way he said it.
Yes.
I don't have the excellent adjectives to say what he said. But what I can tell you is we are in politics. And why do people get into politics?
For power.
Amongst others. But it's for power. And it's for power for different reasons. Some people want that power to change people's lives. Some people want that power to enrich themselves.
Correct.
We want that power to change lives. So if, for instance, we think this direction may give us power, there's absolutely nothing wrong about it. And if you do realize, fortunately, I was in the constitutional review process, and I was one of the 27 members who birthed the constitution of this country. And it's clear what our position was. That's what we wanted from the get-go. I am not saying that's what we are negotiating now, but I can tell you for a fact, I wouldn't be surprised if it's what we are negotiating now, because I'm not part and parcel of the entire spectrum of negotiation. Because we've always been all about that system of governance. That's what we've always wanted. So there's nothing wrong. Don't make us look like we are coming to ask for something out of mass. This is what we've always wanted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where do the interests of Kenyans lie in all of these things that are being done? Because it would appear as though the boardroom holds just a few people, and that there's some parties, and even in those parties, there are few in terms of representation. But there are millions of people out here who are begging and praying that their representatives will take the issues that they have every day forward. It would appear as though political and personal expediency is what's being sought after. It would appear as though people want, to make sure that they have their spots in leadership at whatever level at the behest of Kenyans' interests.
That is not necessarily true, especially of our party. If you remember again after the Gen Z issue, that our party leader called for a national dialogue. The Gen Zs rejected. So we do our dialogues in the best way we know how. The way my party leader is doing right now. Yeah. Because we asked for a national dialogue and everybody said, no, we don't want any national dialogue. So if you are the same people you are saying want to be at the table, do not want to be at the table. Look at Makore. Makore has joined our party and every young person is bashing him. So where do you want to have this structure? Either form a party as young people and challenge that, because this is politics. This is, even yesterday I saw, not just one church, but several churches where people are fighting and kicking and, for church leadership. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
People are fighting for positions in churches. And you expect politics that is what it's all about. For people to sit and say, now, all of you come, even though the others have been invited. They've just said, no, we are also seeking this power. And this is our path. And you've even listened to what Rigiji said. Rigiji said, and he's, again, I don't know about the strategy of this Rigiji. He's just an amazing guy.
All right.
But he said, Gema, we are taking this for 100 years.
Mm-hmm.
Is that in the interest of Kenyans? How many Kenyans are Geman? And then they told the Kamba nation, come in and now you will become Mount Kenya, Sijui West or something. Then I said, supposing the way some of, or the way he was inviting Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga to join this union, then we become, from Luo Nyanza, we become Mount Kenya. South or Mount Kenya what?
I mean, West.
We have to understand the nature of politics.
Yeah.
Politics is about getting power. And look at us. We actually said we won. And not only once, twice, 3, 4 times.
Correct.
And all those 4 times we've been saying the power has been taken from us. But we've negotiated. It's a smart thing that only the Raila Amolo Odingas are able to do. Me, I'd still be sulking at a corner. I'm not a perfect politician. I'd still be sulking at a corner.
Fair enough. But someone would ask, where did the voices of the high cost of living, demand to go lower, go to? Where did the voices calling out on interference with political parties go to? Where is the voice calling out, government on, wastage and expenditure, let alone the majority-minority conversation? Kenyans just feel it's gone a little lower, especially after the NADCO-backed IBC bill was immediately signed, etc. Because that's really what they're asking. This corporation is supposed to amplify their voices, but seemingly the voice is going to diminish with time.
You said it is going to.
Is it?
It's a presumption.
Yes, because
it is not by my genetic makeup. My dear, leave alone politics. By my genetic makeup, which is also the genetic makeup of a lot of people from Western Kenya. Things can't go wrong, and you watch. It's just our genetic makeup. Cannot and will not happen. And so if we are not raising it, where you are seeing it, I'm telling you, we are raising it elsewhere.
Okay.
It's our genetic makeup. It's something you can't run away from, that we are all born very differently. There are people who are born with, diplomacy, others fighters, others raise issues. By our very nature, I'd have to deny who I am for me to not raise issues.
To sit back and watch things.
To sit back and watch. It's not a possibility.
The party doesn't seem to be on a united front, Millie. I mean, there are voices from within that are saying certain things. I mean, Jimmy Orengo said the other day, hold on, Raila Odinga, don't be quick to go in and form any kind of alliances. Hang fast to the tenets that this party was built on. Edwin Sifuna has taken a hit by many members of the same party to say, who are you to speak on our behalf? George Kaluma has said, for example, no, we are going to work with William Ruto and he will win the 2027 election. All of these are members of the same party.
That is true.
Peter Kaluma, George Peter Kaluma.
That is true.
All of these are members of the same party. Is there disunity in the message?
No, there is not disunity. There's just democracy.
How is
in
that?
our party, everybody can talk and say whatever they want, especially when a party position has not been spelled out. And I can tell you, there has been no party position. When we recently had a meeting, one of the things that came out very clearly was that there's been no party position. And there's been no party position because a party leader is actually consulting. And therefore, people like Honorable Kaluma was giving his personal view. We are all different. We all come from different backgrounds. Honorable Kaluma, for his own reasons, would love to be inside the government yesterday.
With William Ruto?
Yes, would want to be in yesterday. Honorable Rengo would want a more cautious approach. And many other people would want a more cautious approach. Others, like me, would want certain things on the table first. Issues of human rights, governance, and all that, yeah? So there are all those dimensions. And that is part of the negotiations. I can tell you for a fact that the things and concerns that we are raising are part of the issues that we are telling the other side. That if you are coming in on the on this table, there are things that are not identified with our party, and we would not want to see them. And they don't even add value to this government whatsoever. If, for instance, a young person is abducted, how does it add value to this government? It doesn't. It just makes you look bad. So, for sure, what you are saying is true. Everybody has our party people say anything, whatever,
whichever the way the wind blows.
Until a party position is taken. So if a party position is taken and you go against a party position, then you go through disciplinary process. And many people have gone through that disciplinary. Only recently, people like Mark Nyamita had to pay fines.
Really, yeah?
Yes, they had to pay fines for going against party position.
Okay.
They went and cooperated when we were not cooperating. That was not the party position. They had to be disciplined for that. Politics changes all the time. So you can't say that because we were in Nakuru yesterday, we can't be in Mombasa. The only thing doesn't change is values and the interest of the public for us.
What then would you say is the ODM position when it comes to making the lives of Kenyans better?
As the same as it has always been, is to see ways of making the lives of Kenyans better. And we are actually appreciating that the government is facing different challenges, some of which are not even emanating from Kenya. Some of it is, global economic crisis, not just Kenya that is going through this. So we do appreciate that. But then some of it is also because we have endemic corruption. And it's not just because of this government. It has been successive governments. And so what we would want is actually a plan in place for dealing with corruption. And you can see already some cases are already in court, which is a good thing. Yeah, because if we don't have that hemorrhage in terms of corruption, then Kenyans will continue to suffer. But then also we must have a level of openness and transparency in relation to some transactions. Like I recently underwent training on PPP. I've been very opposed to any form of PPP. But when I went through this training, I was like, yeah, it's not necessarily a bad thing. But you don't let Kenyans know what it is about, and you don't make those agreements public. Yeah, so you need to make agreements public. When you single source, you need to let Kenyans know why you are single sources. And when you make things public, then there's a lot less of speculation.
And there's understanding that comes about.
Yes, there's a bit of understanding that comes with it. So what I would want to, part of the things that, part of our negotiation is let's be more open and transparent when you have PPPs. A lot of countries have transformed immensely from PPP. I used to work do a lot of work in Ethiopia before I came into parliament. The last 6 years, go to Addis. I was blown over. It's the new Europe.
There you go. So let's say, because, since we're speculating, let's just play in that puddle for a minute and say that the consultations will then be, and if I could take a step back and say that I've listened to a lot of the things that you've said over the last 10 years being in opposition to certain things and saying that, one, we will not allow certain things like, corruption, things like lack of transparency and the abrogation of human rights. Yeah. You've been very vocal about things like that, and you still are till today. And also extremely critical of a government that would appear to support things like that and say we cannot allow this. You've been very vocal to the point of blind, fiery, refusal to even speak with somebody else who seemed to support things like that.
Yes.
So if we speculate today and say that there's a possibility, right, that Raila Odinga will join William Ruto, what would be your position? And I'm asking as Millie Odhiambo on a decision like that, were it to be made.
Well, if Raila were to join William Ruto, he wouldn't be joining William Ruto to violate human rights. Neither will he be joining William Ruto to enhance corruption. He will be joining William Ruto to ensure that the same things you are saying are not done. And I think for some of us, there are certain things that are deal breakers, both at a party level and at individual level. They are deal breakers. And therefore, what I can tell you for a fact, that there are some of us, this is both the beauty and the challenge in being principled, that it comes with a lot of hiccups, political hiccups. Because when you have no values, you can go anywhere, move left, right, jump in any government with whatever condition. But for us, some of us, there are things which are deal breakers. But I can tell you for a fact, unfortunately I can't just share, but I can tell you for a fact that we discuss certain things off cameras.
Okay.
And there are some things that we are seeing changing off camera. Yeah.
I know time is running out, but there are Kenyans who died, particularly 2023 when Azimio was, fighting for the high cost of living. The Kenyans have died prior to many other, occasions to this one, Gen Zs, etc. I'm still curious on, is part of the consultation around fully compensating some of these families and victims?
That
because there's no way you're moving forward with that.
Yes, that is a big factor, including the Gen Zs. The only thing I'm glad that you have raised, Kenyans, we are also very interesting, that people think that, and it's unfortunate that we lost a lot of young people during the Gen Z revolution, but that is not the only time we have lost Kenyans. That's a year before then, we buried 2 young men from one family in Vihiga, and we buried many other people. I was actually traumatized. I had to seek counseling because of the many dead bodies that we saw. So one of the things that is on the table is actually reparations for the families.
I mean, our time is spinning, but Millie, Kenyans want to hear, truthfully, what would be your message today? In terms of waiting for all these consultations to happen, not knowing which way to go in the future, what would you say to Kenyans today?
What I would want to say to Kenyans is that we are facing challenges as a country. This government is in its 2.5 years, so it is very sort of expected normally to have challenges. Within the first 2 years, 3 years, very normal. However, it is facing also slightly more challenges than any other government has faced. And we are raising those issues with the government. And what I can tell Kenyans that as ODM, should we go in, should we not go in, our interest is always the people. That will always remain. That we are a pro-people party.
Millie Odhiambo, Member of Parliament for Suba North, has been our guest this hour. We didn't even get to ask you what you really feel about who the majority in Parliament is. In a word, we or they?
Well, we are sort of in that in-between until we sort out the consultations. We are sort of in between.
Everything is being consulted.
Well, sometimes in life it's good to consult.
True, indeed. Thank you for being here this morning. Really appreciative that you've joined us in this conversation. And of course, more to come. Good morning. It's 9:01.
Morning.
Spice up your life.
Edwin Lisamira. Suba North MP Millie Odhiambo has told SpiceFM that the ODM party is not part of President William Ruto's broad-based government, despite claims to the contrary. Odhiambo, who's been speaking on the Situation Room show, clarified that although 4 ODM leaders were incorporated into President Ruto's cabinet, the party did not sign a cooperation agreement with President Ruto's UDA party. She's, however, indicated that negotiations are underway for the party to formally join the broad-based government.
Legally, we don't have a broad-based government.
So what is it?
We actually have some kind of cooperation. And I think I've said it before, even on the floor of the House. And more recently, even when we were meeting, as ODMers, that's what we said. There is no broad-based government, in the way that you're saying it. But we have a cooperation with the government. Right now, there are negotiations for a possible then broad-based government.
Pope Francis is alert after suffering 2 episodes of acute respiratory failure on Monday afternoon, the Vatican has said. Doctors were forced to intervene to clear mucus from the Pope's lungs, an update from the Holy See said, though it said he was alert throughout. The 88-year-old pontiff has resumed the use of an oxygen mask and ventilator to assist his breathing, but remains alert, focused and cooperative, the Vatican said. This is now the 3rd serious downturn since the 88-year-old pontiff was admitted to hospital 18 days ago with pneumonia. The 40 million shillings graft case against Embakasi North MP James Gakuya is expected to resume today. In 2018, Gakuya was charged alongside 3 other people with 4 counts of conflict of interest for allegedly awarding road construction tenders to companies linked to him. Anti-Corruption Court Magistrate Isabella Barasa will issue fresh directions on how the hearing will proceed. An official from the government chemist is expected to testify in the hearing of the murder case against rally driver Maxine Wahome, which continues today at the High Court. Wahome is accused of killing her fellow rally driver and boyfriend Asad Khan. Asad is believed to have lost a lot of blood after injuring his leg during their fight. A post-mortem, however, established that he died as a result of multiple organ failure. On Monday, the court heard from 2 police officers who responded to the scene. As burial arrangements for former IEBC chairman Wafula Chebukati continues, ODM party chairman for Entebe's constituency in Trans Nzoia County has appealed to those expected to attend not to engage in any activities that could disrupt the funeral schedule. Ednah Masinde has reiterated his call to Kenyans not to be quick to judge the deceased and instead pay their last respects to him and condole with his family.
Wale watakuja kuchumuika kwa matanga ya ndugu yetu aliyeaga marehemu Wafula Chebukati. Tunataka eneo hilo liwe na nidhamu ya kutosha. Sisi kama wazee wa jamii ya Wabukusu tunajua likitokea limetokea. Kuwa mzuri au mbaya si Wafula Chebukati wa kwanza. Tumekuwa na Idi Amin Dada huko Uganda. Alifanya yake wakati alikuwa hai. Biblia inasema msiwahukumu na mkaje kuhukumiwa nanyi. Kwa hivyo muachie Mungu, tusipeleke kasumba wala kelele kwa hiyo matanga. Kama utaki toka huko. Wale wataenda weka amani. Amaliza safari yake. Tuwe na peace.
The funeral ceremony will be held in Kiminini, Trans Nzoia County on Saturday. US President Donald Trump has paused military aid to Ukraine following his clash with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky last week, a White House official said. The move comes after Trump appended US policy on Ukraine and Russia upon taking office in January, adopting a more conciliatory stand towards Moscow, and after an explosive confrontation with Zelensky at the White House on Friday, in which Trump criticized him for being insufficiently grateful for Washington's backing in the war with Russia. The White House had no immediate comment on the scope and amount of aid affected or how long the pause would last. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice. When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 8 minutes after 9 o'clock, good morning and welcome to the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Tuesday. It's the 4th of March and our conversations continue. We have been at a place whereby we are asking questions about what then the regrouping that we see means for the country from a political and from a governance point of view. And we're getting into a conversation this morning with Professor George Wajakoya, no stranger to the Situation Room, but is here this morning to help us in that conversation. As the Roots Party leader, we're looking at some of those issues this morning. Professor Wajakoya, good morning.
Morning to you.
How are you doing?
Doing very well.
You're well? The last time we met, you were on your way to see your daughter.
My kids.
Your kids?
Yes.
Yes.
In Madrid, yes.
And back on Kenyan soil, and many things are happening. We're going to talk about those. But CT is going to welcome you this morning with our proverb, and he'll tell you what country we are in, and you can interpret that for us and tell us what you think about that. All right?
Wow.
We are in the land of honest people. Burkina Faso, formerly Upper Volta. The proverb: if the shade does not reach the goat will seek the shade.
Prof?
The sun. I'll just guess. I'm not sure.
Oh, no. You can't be wrong by the way the interpretation. Because it is your interpretation.
The sun.
What did it do?
What did the sun do?
If you can't reach the sun will reach you.
Okay.
Or the goat and the shade in this case could represent you and the sun.
As a person.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can go with that. No?
No, it's good. It's intergalactic. Yes. Because I hadn't thought of it that way. But it is true. You see the sun, it affects you.
Yeah.
And if you're in the shade, it won't reach you.
If you need it, you go outside.
Yeah.
At least the effect won't be as
Actually.
If you need it, you go outside. If you're feeling the effects, go inside.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a whole level of learning here, isn't it?
It is.
Okay. Prof, while you were away, or maybe even while you were here, certain things have been going on, and we're seeing the possible regrouping of certain things, especially along the political party lines. And usually this happens. We're not surprised that it's happening, in the run-up to an election. And it's crazy that we can say in the run-up to an election when we're 2.5 years out of an election. But that's where we are. It's political silly season, as I like to call it. Everything is already moving and shifting. And one would have to ask the question, why is everybody so nervous at this point for these regroupings to happen?
Thank you very much for that question. I will answer it in 2 tiers. I have 2 tiers to answer it. Tier number 1, it makes Ruto's work very easy. Because at the end of the day, these people are going to disintegrate. Each of those who are grouping together now wants to be a president. Some are grouping so that they can get the benefit out of that. Benefit is financial or a political position. That's tier 1. Tier 2, it's not culturalized like the one we have in India, where culture dictates groupings, political groupings. If you are a Harijan, you'll be Harijan forever, the cult system, whereby you cannot cross the line to Brahmin.
Or the caste system.
Yes. So the regroupings in India are cultural oriented, and nobody can come in and introduce another culture or political grouping. And finally, if you look at the US, for example, we have the Republicans and the Democrats. But then we also have the liberals. Liberals never carry the day, but they always spoil the vote. So in this case, in Kenya, it is actually money-oriented or political-oriented. I group with a certain tribe. I bring the numbers on the table. Then I get a slice of bread for my people. It is that culture that Roots Party has moved away from, and that's why we are standing alone.
I see. So all of these players right now, that everybody is in it for what can be for them personally.
Yes.
Where does the slice of pie which 50 million Kenyans sit on essentially come into play?
That's why we are now bringing in the new diversity. Can people now sit and move away from that kind of platform and think outside the box? That is the first question. Number two, where have we been with this kind of culture of orientation? Every election season, we are oriented towards a certain culture. We are Kikuyus. We shall rule for another 500 because we are Kikuyus. I'm just giving an example.
Of course.
And those are the words that came out from Gachagua. They came out now instead of coming out when he was deputy president. So let us group Kambas so that we have Mulima to rule the country for 100 years. It is 1 versus 40 tribes. Now, how do you think that people from other tribes will think? If these people have been in power for all this time, and please forgive me, I don't mind who is the president, so long as you're doing something good like what Kibaki did. So if it is that you're going now to diversify your knowledge on your tribe and clan, on the mountain, or on the lake, like Raila Odinga and group, then the lake will always be the lake because of those from the lake, their time to eat has come, they're now eating. It's now our time. That culture of our time, or it's now our time, is what Professor Wajakoya does not want to involve Roots Party in. And that's why you have seen, or you can see, that at the moment, we are like the Sinn Féin of Northern Ireland, of Martin, Jerry Adams and McGuinness. They said they were on their own. They wanted to get independence from Britain. They did what they did through the IRA to make their point known, and now Ireland is peaceful. So that is what we in Roots are looking at. Though it's Mickey, it may not be as easy as we speak it, but we have like-minded Kenyans, like probably yourselves, who have been very experienced with interviewing a lot of people who may see it that way.
All right.
You know, what you say is what I would refer to as aspirational. But does the voting population of Kenya subscribe to what you say beyond acknowledging that, yes, this is a good thing? Because our lived experience with our voting patterns speak the complete opposite. Many Kenyans say exactly what you're saying.
Yes.
But when we vote, that is not our experience.
Now, that you've raised a point which is very fundamental, and I was speaking to my friend, Dr. Duncan Ojwang, who is very good in this time of mythology in Kenyan politics. He's an expert in that area, though he's a lawyer. When you look at our cultural diversity, traditional diversity, religious diversity, you look at them as concrete. Then you look at alien diversity that came in now to reinforce the cultural diversity. You look at alien diversity like the borrowed colonial diversity that came along with the whites when they were coming. Then the issue of divide came in, political divide. People moved away from what Professor Okoh would call Incantangerous philosophy or repugnant philosophy of repugnant rules as they were then initiated by the whites. So you'll find out that now you're moving away from Luo culture into Christianity, this animal Christianity, so that now you adapt another culture to behave like white man, you speak like a white man, you eat like him, you drive like him, and you marry one wife, and then here you are complete, you are civilized. moving away from uncivilized creature to civilized creature. Now, when it comes now to looking at us in terms of politics, we look at ourselves as the Westminster Assembly, as the Oval Office, or the Congress. We need to behave like. That's why you see notions of language change in symbiotic change of language of the Right Honorable Raila, of Mr. Speaker Sir. The diversification of that language is what brings in the divide. And because now we have been used to that kind of liturgy for the last 65 years without any breakings, then we are like animals being taken for a slaughter because there have been no breakings. If you look at Uganda, we have had breakings in Uganda. The military has come in. The coups have been in. You look at countries like Burkina Faso, which were also in the same trajectory after the French handed over power to indirect rule in that aspect. The soldiers, the young men came up and said, now, are we still going to follow into this trajectory? That if you want to run for election in Somalia, you must go to the elders to bless you, even if you're a skunk or with no brain, so long as you behave morally right? Or should we do things in the opposite way? That's why the military breaks in Nigeria have brought in another culture of realization. The military breaks in West Africa has brought another West Africa. If you shift that pattern and you go into Tanzania, you'll find out that the Tanzanians were able to go through that by their policy, which they had adopted, but which in the long run has paid dividends in Tanzania, where we have the one tribe syndrome. Mimi ni Mtanzania bwana, wasema nini? Mimi sio Mdigo, mimi Mtanzania. So nationalism comes in, which is transparent. Why? Because their leaders, the original leaders, showed the way in a correct way. Nyerere was not corrupt. Nyerere had one car, he had a bicycle, and he brought in togetherness, undugu. The capitalists on the other side in Kenya and other worlds, they used to abuse him. But look at how Tanzania is. Even though right now politically there are issues still pending, but when it comes now to cultural diversity, and now becoming back to your question, you find out the Tanzanian system is actually in a has already melted from the pot. But in Kenya, if anything happened today, then the pot will melt. And that's why you see what happened recently with Gen Zs. They came up and they said, no more to this. We shall now advance ourselves even to correct our parents in whatever they have been doing. We are no longer going to follow this kind of methodology. And that's why you see these groups, political groupings coming in. The same people have been there, but they're just changing from one cloth to the other.
In fact, I want to speak about the same thing, people you're talking about. And I think in March 2024, let me jog your mind a bit. March 2024, you went to a funeral that Gachagua attended as well. At that time, I don't know if you said it jokingly, you thought he would slap you. And he actually told you he doesn't think you're a bad man except for the bang conversation that you've been having. Now, this same Gachagua, you are saying, is coming out strongly to say, well, we need to realign the mountain in a certain way. Is it are the realignments in Kenyan politics, in as far as it is concerned, a matter of familiarity, selfish interests, vision, ideologies? Because it is true, same faces, now regrouping. On what basis?
Very good question. Gachagua is a man who is living in a very uncouth environment. Not couth, very uncouth environment. What I mean by that is that when he was deputy president, we can see, and we still have evidence, probably you have evidence in your videos or what have you, where he came out as Shakespeare, as Plato with a sword. You don't do this, or you, mmelete share gani hapa, you never voted share yenu kidogo kidogo namna hiyo. The man of shares, man of very rhetoric language. Number two, he's a man who used to take the command of the country. The president would leave whenever we're going out for Mandamano, and he would come up on stage to say that, sasa tumemaliza. Tumemaliza, hii sasa imeisha. I remember sitting with Raila, Martha Karua and what have you, when we were preparing for Mandamano.
Yes.
And I remember us sitting, looking at each other, and trying to ask God. Me, I said I had not written my will because I knew I was going to die. And then the rest were like, today, tumeisha. Kalonzo looked very pale. Martha Karua was very strong. Raila himself looked like, wow, today is our day. Mzee ameweka gear, because of the statements which had been issued by Gachagua the same day when
really,
he woke up.
As a result of what he said?
Yeah, because he said, today tutamaliza. Leo tunamaliza hii watu. Hakuna nini hamtasikia tena. Huyu mzee arudishwe Bondo kwa wheelbarrow na vile tumeshindwa kumrudisha kwa wheelbarrow leo tumeisha. So we sat down and we were like, now how do we go about it? Raila is a very brave man, trust me. Some of us were shaking in that political room, but Mzee said, hey, we are going no matter what happens. That's one thing that I've copied from Raila, being tough and tough to the realization of him being a true leader in that particular aspect, that particular time. So you'll find that Gachagua, on that day, actually, Raila's vehicle was shot by 16 bullets, 16 live bullets. I and Eugene Wamali and Oparanya were sitting in Eugene Wamali's car. We had 4 bullets in our vehicle. I don't know why God did not want us to be sacrificed. A lot of young kids were killed. A lot of people were displaced. And then the police were shooting us with live bullets. Why has Gachagua not spoken about that particular episode and during that particular time? Why hasn't he apologized to Kenyans to say, Ata mimi nilihusika? That's why he's a ripe candidate, suspect in the ICC. That's number one. Number 2, when I went to Bishop Gitahi's funeral in Nyandarua, I went there, me and a Samaritan who was driving me. And I was going to a place I've never been. And I'd been warned that Gachagua will be there. I said, it's fine. So what? If he wants to. I've been in jail before. I was detained. I've been shot. I work with the bullet in my system. So what? Even if I'm shot. So when I went there, I sat. And I could see people who were friendly to Gachagua, who did not even want to shake my hand. Me, I didn't care. So when I stood up to speak, you're sitting in front of me. And I just wanted to tell him that, you know what? I don't fear you. I'm here in Kikuyu land. You have been using threats on us, but I don't. So he depicted me as mtu wa bangi, mtu wa sufuria, asikuje mahali popote tuko. So if a man can look into you and judge you without knowing who you are, and then say, categorize you, come on, let Gachagua come out today, and I still insist, to apologize to Kenyans, then he can invite Raila. I'm sure they have invited Raila. Sasa Raila ni mzuri kushinda Kalonzo. Why is he putting his stomach in front by talking for Kikuyus and not many of them? Kikuyus have fought for the liberation we have in this country. They don't need to fight another war. They have made us to reach where we are today.
Could it be from a hangover? Could it be from a hangover that he was actually the second most powerful man in the country?
Yes.
And that, impeachment notwithstanding, being removed from the presidency, that he still feels that hangover of power that could actually bring about the influence that you speak of. Could that not be where it comes from?
Yes, you're right. And do you think that Wajakoya can go and sit with Gachagua under the circumstances to discuss vote for Kenyans?
Well,
you tell us.
You tell us.
No, I am not. Unless he comes up and be man enough.
Prof,
and apologize to the whole nation.
Prof, we've seen some miraculous things happen where people who have sworn that things would never be under the sun, and not less than 3 months later, the same people are sitting in very close proximity with those people that they swore they would never have even a cup of tea.
For 10 years. I've been in this field for 10 years since I came back. Have I ever changed my color? Well, secondly, well, you can go ahead.
No, I'm saying that it may not necessarily be you, but we cannot run away from the reality of the possibility. These things happen all the time.
Yes.
Somebody, for goodness sake, the president said just a few months ago that you should not take public donations you should not make donations. You should not, state officers should not do one or two things. A year has not passed and we've seen a turnaround of the same thing. What am I saying? That it's a theater of the absurd. Anything can happen politically, anything.
If we're to take pronouncements that were made by the president and his deputy when they took power with regards to one Raila Odinga, the back door, the traps that have been laid,
man of chaos,
he will not. If we're to take all those things at face value, the situation we now find ourselves in, where on the one hand the president seems to be, it's like a family member, the best of friends.
A lost cousin who's come back after 15 years.
Most beloved brother. On the other hand, one Mr. Gachagua, the immediate former the president, is saying pleasant. The rhetoric is nice, pleasant, welcoming. I mean, anyone listening to what was said before would be completely confused.
You would think that you were unwell.
In fact, I'd think, wait. Are they the same people saying this same thing, or are they different? It's the same people. Now, if we say that is our politics, then we have a problem with our politics.
Because that is the ilk, unfortunately, that Kenyans have to choose from today.
Surprisingly, out of every 1,000 men and women, there's always one who is astray. And that one is me. I'm astray from these people because I know them. That's why they can't entertain me. That's why they have been rubbishing me. But I should not personalize the issue. What I want to say is, yes, there's no possibility of people working together. Mandela worked with the whites. Yet they had put him in prison for a very long time.
27 years.
But there is a principle. When somebody repents and comes out and says, yes, I was wrong, then reconciliation comes in. What I'm simply saying is, I'm here to hear Gachagua apologize to Kenyans.
Indeed.
That this happened, it was under my watch, I am sorry. The day he says that, I'll be the first one to call him for a cup of tea to discuss national issues. But since he has not said that, and most of his things is just talking about Ruto throughout. Ruto, Kasongo, Muongo. But he's not actually dwelling on issues affecting the country. That one is also not good. Like, for example, now if I came here and I was talking just Ruto, Raila, then I would be in the same worship with them. What we don't want to look at is those kind of rhetoric, empty rhetorics, where you want to please others by talking against the other, and you are with that person in the whole mess that you have today. That will not actually be the thing. And that's why I'm warning Raila today. I'm telling Raila that consult others, consult other political leaders, speak with them, including Wajakoya. Get to know what we have for this country. Don't just assume that it's just you and ODM. You and ODM, you know it all. If you want to rule this country, you have fought for this country, you are my personal friend, we speak almost every day. But it's high time recognize other people. And that's why you see coups happening in countries, because people are not listened to. So if you get a young man like the president of Burkina Faso coming out and saying, no, enough is enough, and now making things right, and putting the GDP of the country at cross rate with Americans and saying we don't want this. Yes, if the time reaches and you have a young man like that, it's fine. It is fine with me. But we are not going to be ruled at. Chagua hii, awi Wajakoya sasa vila kuhuku, hii NADCO report ndio hii, sasa weka minister. I will not take it unless you talk to me and I find out the legality and challenges that are likely to occur. That's number one. Number two, the constitutional implications of that kind of appointment. And that's why I like the LSK president. What's her name again?
Faith Odhiambo.
Yeah, if we had people like Faith Odhiambo, or if Faith Odhiambo stood for president, I would step down. Because she's a woman of integrity. She will come up and she will say no. She will say no to what no means.
Right.
But not issue. Leo tumekaa na wewe hapa, tunaongea mambo ya Ruto. Kesho unakuwa waziri, utaki hata kunipigia simu. I've seen that happen. These hypocrites now. Wengine wanasema mimi nilikuwa njaa sasa ninakula. Statements from people like Oparanya. What value is that? Come on, talk to people. Talk to Eugene Wamalwa, find out what Eugene Wamalwa wants with the DAP. Talk to Kalonzo, find out what Kalonzo stands for. Talk to Wajakoya, find out what Roots Party stands for, and then let us sit and compare notes and then come up with a conclusion.
With the best solution.
But Professor,
essentially,
you know we're talking about politics, and it's like somebody going for a dance. When people go to dance, at least in the days when I was a younger man and we went for dances, you dressed up. You wore clothes that would make you stand out. You went and had a haircut. You trimmed your beard. You put on some smell good. You know, and you made sure that when you're dancing, you kept up to the beat. You know, you didn't dance the next song or the previous song. You danced the song that was playing. Now, part of the reason as a young man was because there were young women there. And the dressing up was so that I would be noticed. Yes, I wasn't just... Political parties are not any different. You have a value and you know it, but other people have to see it, even if you have to push it into their face for them to see it. But to sit back and expect they will see it, our politics is so self-centered, there is no way they will see it unless they realize that there's some benefit that can be derived. So my question to you is, what is it that Roots Party is doing so that they can be relevant, so that people can look and say, I
want to dance with this guy.
Let's talk to the professor on this particular matter.
Thank you very much again. I don't want to superimpose myself into talking about myself. That will not be a very good thing. But the only challenge I would like to say is, when you finish this studio today, follow me with the cameras to the city center, which I've not been for a long time. Or let's just go around cities in the country, and then probably we'll make our own judgment. Because right now, I cannot say that we are doing this different. I will be like others. There will be no difference. But let us go to the streets, and let's see how Wananchi will welcome me, whether they will stone me or whether they will speak with me.
Right. You will not be stoned. You will have very many people wanting to come to say to you. And the reason is because if I look at the campaign you had, it was a completely different campaign. And people liked the difference. Again, back to my question. As a political party who is in an arena with other political parties who want to bring about the same change, at least they say they want to bring about the same change, what is it that would make other political parties, not individuals, want to work with you? And if you know it, how do you get them to understand it?
Thank you.
My question.
Actually, I have understood you now. Other political parties will never want to work with me.
Why?
Period.
All right.
Because they simply cannot stand me. They think I'm a madman.
Is it?
Okay.
And they think that I'm very outdated. I'm very rhetoric. And whatever I say is just mutu wa makelele. So on that particular point, yes, they will not want even to move near me because I'll tell them what I think is right.
But okay.
That's what they don't want to understand, to hear.
Prof, let me just say one thing. You began a conversation on marijuana at the time, but you seem to have been ahead of your time because that conversation is center stage right now in the medical world. Okay? And that conversation resonated well. Personally, where you lost me is when we started talking about hyena testicles. That's when I actually got lost.
Yes, I think I want to clarify that issue very clearly. In my manifesto, there is nothing lingering to the hyena, whatever. But what I said, nobody wanted me to clarify. Okay. What I meant by hyena and hyena testicles were the people who had looted this country and were going to chop off their the knee, not in an open market.
Oh, this was symbolism.
It was symbolism.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
And this is clarified.
Yes.
Okay. And speaking of which,
those rich people who have become rich would say, "Climb the tree, let us find out." Then we take you to the tribunal, and then it's like we are chopping off, holding you by, to tell us.
But the short and curly, yes.
Okay.
That is it.
I want us to take a break at this point. We're talking this morning with Roots Party leader, Professor George Wajakoya, and looking into some issues here. I want to come back and talk about the interest of Kenyans. For me, it's always front and center. Top should be the agenda for anybody who is wanting to get into leadership today, away from the noise and away from the confusion. The interest of Kenyans today, how can we ensure that those are addressed? We're coming back and talking to Professor George Wajakoya about some of these issues. 1 million people get into the job market every year, and not everybody has the skills that they need to get into the said job market or to start a business. The KCB Foundation, through and under the 2G program, is ensuring that everyone who doesn't have an opportunity can apply for the program. Between the ages of 18 and 35, you get into a 6-month training program, you finish that, and you come out on the other end with either a job or you get to connect with a business. So you can get into the program. What you need to do to apply is go to the website www.kcbgroup.com/foundation.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. SpiceFM.
Spice up your life.
Still in traffic hour this morning and looking at what's happening on these streets coming in through from the Thika Superhighway. Traffic has been thick, and I think we're getting towards the end of it as we see traffic just coming out through towards Survey. You're doing okay coming off of Wairimu, and the Southern Bypass has looked pretty all morning, so you're getting through towards Ngong Road without an issue here if you're coming off of Mombasa Road, and a little bit of traffic still coming off of Jogo Road, and quite some of it still on Landis as you get towards Kamkunji and then onto Haile Selassie. So that's busy this morning. No traffic coming in off the Eastern Bypass, not at this time, but we'll have trickles of traffic along Outer Ring, and so we're still watching out for that. Let's keep talking through the morning and keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X.
Chilled Spice. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Continuing our conversation, CT has a website that you can go to when you're looking at buying a house and you're getting into a mortgage. What's that, CT?
Well, actually, I have an email address. And I even have a physical address.
There you go.
And it isn't one. I have many physical addresses.
Okay.
They're called bank branches.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for
And the
clarifying.
bank I'm referring to is Diamond Trust Bank. And Diamond Trust Bank are saying, look, our name tells you many things, but now let us give it a little more meat so that you can understand why we are who we are, why we are Diamond Trust Bank. Diamond Trust Bank have a mortgage plan, and they're saying our mortgage plan is not complicated. It caters for anyone who's employed, self-employed, and the diaspora. It offers single-digit interest rates on the mortgage. The mortgage is offered for 10 years and 25 years. There are no hidden charges. You are not penalized if you pay ahead of the schedule. And they're saying, look, if you do not believe any of these things, let's go back to what I started off with. I have many branches.
Yeah.
I here being Diamond Trust personified. All you need to do is go to a Diamond Trust Bank branch or send an email to mortgages@dtbafrica.com and make an inquiry. It doesn't cost you much. Just inquire and see what it is that you can benefit from this particular offer.
And get all the information that you need. Doesn't get better than that, indeed. Conversations continue at this time with Professor George Wajakoya, the Roots Party leader. And I hear a lot of things, Prof. I hear people talking broad-based. We had a conversation with Suba North MP, whom you met when you were coming in. And we hear broad-based, we hear inclusive government, we hear, all sorts of things. What we rarely hear is where the place of the Kenyan who has their interests that need to be met. And I heard something profound this morning from another lady who works in grassroots, at the grassroots level. And she said, you know what? Political systems are far from the people's interests. Far from the people's interests. And so I don't think that Kenyans care who the president is. So long as certain things are being done, and so long as the things that you say you will do or that the Constitution requires you to do, you actually do. Feed your people, care for your sick, send your children to school, provide a conducive environment where they can do business, where they can work, where they can trade. I rarely hear these things coming up in the conversation of people who form political parties or who have political consultations about what they want to do come 2027. Why?
It's difficult to answer that question. But as a Roots Party, we have our manifesto, which is our guideline, which is subject to improvement from time to time as per the situation. And we have stood firm with what we are standing on. And I'm glad that our friend here mentioned about the weed economy, which has now become the new world economic order today, where countries like Taiwan have moved away from cement construction or heavy-duty construction industry into light-duty fiber-oriented industry with various aspects of manufacturing that create jobs. That has also moved into Japan, where Japan moved into cyber science long time ago and introduced cyber technology as a formal education requirement. We have also looked at South Korea, which by 1966, after it just became independent, has moved to a world economic order by changing patterns without being influenced by foreign agitators like the World Bank, Bretton Woods institutions, or the IMF, down to the throat of Kenyans who have remained traditional, who have refused to liberalize their mind, who are actually working under the dominant prevailer in terms of mind setting as far as the economic agenda is concerned, and not looking into issues of sustainability or sustainable rhetoric. So when it comes now to the so-called mindset we have, which needs absolute change. Kenya has a hereditary, Kenyan politicians have hereditary mindset.
Mm-hmm.
I inherited from a white man. I want to better myself by making my son, replacing myself with my son or my relative. So the same lineage of political mindset is there. For example, now if you find me, Wajakoya, I'll be grooming my son to take over.
Mm-hmm.
You can see honorable friends like Kalonzo taking his son to East Africa. Raila Odinga taking his daughter to East Africa. And Muturi's son being abducted for whatever reasons. So that kind of mindset need to be broken and be broken by force because we do not have to have software of talking. The time for talking in my government will end.
You also said something to the effect that if you did become president, that one of the things that you would do was jail anybody without question.
Not
in
without
terms
question.
Of no, as in without question who was involved in corruption. That there would be no grey lines. It was clear that this person was involved in corruption. You face the full
I don't
force
want to
of the law.
Idi Amin, and that trajectory is not what I said. I said that we shall establish tribunals. Those tribunals will have a jury. Civilians will be involved, members of the armed forces will be involved, as well as the police, who will actually follow whatever constitution it will be, guidelines of the constitution, because there's nothing wrong with forming a tribunal to try these people so that they can exercise their legal rights up to the appeal level.
All right.
And if they are found guilty, we shall introduce the death penalty by hanging or by choice. You can either accept to be hanged
or we hang
or
you.
you can accept injection.
You don't accept to be hanged.
So what you're saying essentially is that people who've been found guilty should actually die.
Be hanged, and not to be taken to jail.
Professor.
Okay, so that was it's a little bit more.
I want to bring in a certain point. You're a professor of law. Yeah.
Yes.
And I just want to give a bit of the background. You have studied law in the United Kingdom. You have your U.S. law as well. University of Warwick, I believe, 1998. You have taught law, economics, human rights, and cooperative constitutional international law at the U.S. and Kenyan universities. Now, I'm coming to your style of, justice, the justice system. Even as we're speaking today, there's a concern around, what is happening with the judiciary? There's always been that rift. The executive, the judiciary, the arms of government, independence, etc. Bring in corruption as well. Essentially what I'm looking at is the power and the space of the judiciary in this country. When will politicians, because it's on record, that they interfere essentially with every independent institution that ought to work for Kenyans? With your background in law and your vision for the tribunals, what else would you be doing different for this country and as far as judiciary independence is concerned?
First of all, I will establish I'll look at the constitution, or I'll ask Kenyans to look into the constitution and ask themselves why certain cases take forever to maturity. That's number one, especially corruption cases. Number two, we shall have tribunals to try corrupt cases. We shall introduce the death penalty. Being a lawyer does not subrogate me from adheration to justice. If you look at Afghanistan, for example, because I'm talking from where we have had examples, let me not go to Afghanistan. Let's go to Greater Somalia today. Greater Somaliland was the most corrupt country in those old days because of infightings. And the moment they broke away from Somalia and established a republic, they introduced Sharia law, which hanged almost 70% of the thieves. Right now, that's the only country you can go with your money and wallet and leave it on the streets and go somewhere and you'll come and find it. That is Greater Somaliland. If you go to China, the Chinese themselves have introduced what we call the martial Guangdong law, which completely wipes out corruption. It doesn't matter which position you have in society, you'll still be tried. Now, if the Chinese are doing that, and they come here, and they come here to thrive in corruption without knowing that when they go back, they will be tried. Why not us? By coming to your question, Matters judiciary are very, very fundamental. We had a judiciary during Jomo Kenyatta's time. It was doing very well. We had a judiciary during Kibaki's time. It was doing somehow very well. But the judiciary was captured by Moi, and now Ruto has captured judiciary full time to do as they want to do. We shall do away with this. In fact, I'm online and I accept, I'm in agreement with the Nasir, Mullah Ahmed Nasir, that the current crop of judges we have, they should all go home, resign and go home because of the cases that they have done. How do you come up as a Supreme Court and you yourself violate the Constitution? You tell a certain lawyer and his team not to appear before you, and you don't give them the right to defend themselves. Is that what we call justification in judiciary? The issue of executive interference in judiciary is, it is them who actually anoint them to go and sit there. You could look at the Supreme Court judgment after the election. I was part of the participants. I was enjoined, and I had my lawyers on the panel. When I went to that court, the so-called Chief Justice, Martha Koome, she came up with her Meru accent to address me in court by saying, Wajakwai, you go out. You are supposed to be... And I had ran for election and spent millions of shillings on the election. And here you go for your rights because you were one of the victims.
Seems that you took that a little personally.
No, yes, it is, yes. Because she was the arbiter who appearing before her. She was supposed to hear and listen to me, not chase me out of the court. Yet I'm also an advocate. And by the way, we went to the same university, and I think I will yet to check my marks and hers and to see who got higher marks than the other.
Okay, so it would appear as though because of that thing then that happened to you personally, that then now this is what becomes a national issue.
It's not,
and many could argue that it is the same case, whether we want to look at one of the lawyers enjoined in this particular petition to have, the members of the Supreme Court removed, that there was a personal matter that took place. And that is what has now graduated to one that has grabbed national interest.
No,
is that not the case?
That's just one of the things.
So there are other issues apart from what happened to you personally that would bring about this issue.
No. Okay. That is a small thing. Sometimes you can have...
Sometimes...
Yeah. But what I've been looking at as her judgments and her pronouncements. For example, if you come and take an advocate who has worked so hard to reach that particular level, and you say that what you are saying is hot air, and you don't explain, what is the legal definition of hot air? What is the Longman dictionary definition of hot air?
But you're saying
nothing. What is the British version of Oxford definition of hot air?
It's just going to rise and disappear. Nothing. Okay.
So those are the judgments.
So I want to come back to this particular issue of an opposition. That those who formed government and realized the need for an opposition said that there were going to be certain checks and balances in terms of checking the excesses of the government in place. Now, these are leaders in their own right. And we come back to the issue today whereby, many would argue that there is not an effective opposition in place today because of, bringing opposition into government. What's the opposition on that?
That one I will not have very good words for Raila, who's my friend, because Raila Odinga is effectively in government. When he says he has donated, the so-called experts like Oparanya, who will go there and say we wanted to eat, what do you think Kenyans are feeling like? Are we just some kind of mitumba? 4 experts. Some of them have cases in the ICC. Those cases are withdrawn overnight. What kind of an expert is this when somebody has been facing corruption cases?
Which experts do you speak of that have cases?
I was just answering your question. I was coming to the opposition. I think you asked me about the opposition.
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I was telling you that I may not have very good words for my friend Raila Odinga.
Carry on.
With the ODM fraternity. What Raila ought to have done, in my opinion, he should have come to speak to us who are fighting with him that particular time. And probably would have accepted to donate some of us to the expert, so-called expert, instead of taking people who had cases at the ICC, which were not anyway validated. What we know is that some of them rushed to be cleared and then appeared in Parliament with the clearance certificates that you have been cleared by ICC, now we can go for the meetings. What does that mean? Is it not a slap into people's faces? So we do not have that opposition through ODM. If what ODM is doing right now is to join the government,
what would the
then it cannot be in the government and at the same time be outside the government.
Indeed.
That is not the opposition.
What would an effective and sustained opposition look like?
Yes, sit on the opposite bench and interrogate what your opponent is doing.
But haven't they been doing that, sitting as minority, but at some point walking out when they were fully Azimio? What difference did it make to sit in the opposite bench?
Well, sitting in the opposite bench without an opposition leader to counter the government, if it was parliamentary system, is different from calling yourself a minority, and when it comes to voting, you all vote together like pigs.
Well, looks like we are an animal farm here. The points that you raise, Professor, speaks of a certain disdain you have for what you see as our politics currently and the direction that things are taking. That sentiment is shared by very many Kenyans. But the thing that we don't hear enough of is how it is a solid plan of how we will get out of this morass, this unending vicious cycle of poverty, of violence, of corruption, of disregarding the law, how we will get out of it. Because it's like all the things that I have mentioned have taken a life of their own, and they seem to be the negative and vile principles by which our lives are measured by now. But the plan to get us out of this, what does Roots Party have to say on this particular matter?
We have 8 points, and I'll repeat them. Number one, we need to look at the government and trim it. We need to do away with the county system. We need to incorporate counties into states. We need to have, particularly, maybe we revert back to the old provinces, have 8 regions. We need to have regional parliaments. But the key word that I'm looking at is the revenue allocation. Revenue allocation. We need to look at each area or each region with its potentiality in terms of economic development, in terms of sustainable development. Now, for example, if we had Rift Valley State with a chief minister or a prime minister, we shall have all the counties incorporated into that state. Each country will have its own assembly as the beginning point of contact with the Mwananchi. If we look at Narok, for example, Narok is one of the most productive counties in the country, yet it gets very little money from the national government. But if we allowed Narok to legislate on its economic activities, depending on how much they want to spend in terms of healthcare, education, then we should allow Narok to harvest from its financial gains in terms of tourism. Narok still comes number one. When it comes to wheat farming, Narok is still number one. When it comes to hides and skins and meat, Narok is still number one. So let the people of Narok sit in their county assembly and say, okay, this year we've gotten in this amount of money from tourism. How many schools do we have? What are the necessities, the immediate necessities that we have? So they will vote from what they have gotten from their tourism. Say we shall apportion ourselves 30% of what we have gotten, and then send 30% to the state government to maintain what we call instrumentalities, and I will explain that in a minute. And then the rest now should be decided by the state assembly in Nakuru to for appropriation by the national government. What I mean by that is that out of this 30% that Narok has, it will prioritize what it needs in terms of development, instead of taking the entire amount to the national government so that it is apportioned. And that's why counties are failing today. Counties are not paying their workers, employees. They're not even paying the people they are working with in terms of development. So now, it's up to the state assembly in Nakuru to also legislate on how much it has got from each and every county.
Okay.
And now apportion part of it to the national government. Whatever is remaining will be used on instrumentalities. If we have infrastructures that passes through Nakuru to another state, then how much levy do we have on this infrastructure?
We speak as though there are no people within the county governments today who would know things like this and then be able to get those things done today. What precludes them from doing that today without a new leader coming into?
That's why Roots Party is unique, because that's what we have. If you look at other countries like Nigeria, they have done well on that policy. If you look at the US, you'll find out that states like the state of Indiana or Indiana state is good in potato production. So whatever it harvests from potato, it legislates from the local assemblies, depending on how much has been gotten within that assembly. They appropriate what they have, send the rest to the state assembly, to the local state assembly, and from there now they come into issues of maintenance of instrumentalities and the monies that they can apportion to the national or the federal government. That would work very well here, other than harvesting everything and taking it to Ruto government, national government, so that now counties can be given a certain percentage as laid down by the parliament. And that's why you see counties being frozen out, because they cannot operate. Governors have no money to pay their workers, to pay their contractors. There are contractors who have never been paid even from the other assembly, and everything is going down.
So essentially what you're saying is devolution could actually work. It can work if it is done properly, and if both the county and national government actually do what they have to do.
That's number one.
It should work.
Yes. Number two, we look into the constitution. Ask ourselves what went wrong in the constitution, and let us go and ask the people whether this still stands. What do you want to do? If you have a very well streamlined government with a leader like the leader of Burkina Faso, who will not take his personal interests at heart and come out, it's fine. Look at me, for example. I'm not bragging, but have you ever heard that Wajakoya has been corrupt or has slept with a schoolgirl? I teach in USIU where there's so many students. What have you? Have you ever heard that? Have you ever seen me with bodyguards? Have you ever seen me running around, what have you, with the pocket phones or what have you? And I say things that I can be arrested anytime when I reach out.
Even leaving the store.
So you need to come out and sacrifice yourself if let be. If something is wrong in the government, you point out. For example, in Ruto's government, we have this Farouk man. Has he become the king of Kenya today? Look at what he's doing to elected
Spice up your life.
Creatures, people. They should actually come out so that the country can have we can restore confidence. But if we don't speak against those kind of characters, then why are we afraid?
And why are we afraid? And I think that's a good note to end on. Roots Party leader Professor George Wajakoya has been our guest this morning, and looking to some pertinent issues. I keep saying that conversations must continue, and we would like to continue those with you and see what the vision really should and be lived and birthed for Kenya. Thanks so much for being in the Situation Room this morning and sitting on the hot seat. Prof, always a pleasure to have you here, and thank you for being part of Kenya's biggest conversation this Tuesday. We meet again, God willing, tomorrow morning at 6. Good morning. It's 10 a.m.